Reds. Cincinnati got the better of their staunch division rival last night, helped by their all-star second baseman, Brandon Phillips. Here's Tom Brenneman.
First game back after the All-Star break. A big Friday night in Cincinnati and a big hit delivered by Brandon Phillips in a 4-run fifth. A bases-clearing 3-run double. Cincinnati wins the opener 5-3. So now we move forward to a bright, sunny, warm Saturday afternoon in downtown Cincinnati. Joey Votto and the Reds set to take on Pedro Alvarez and the Pittsburgh Pirates in a matchup of National League Central Division rivals, the Pirates and the Reds. These teams feature 3 of the top 4 records in all of baseball that reside inside the Central. Pirates 2 behind St. Louis, Cincinnati 3 behind Pittsburgh. And hi again, everybody, alongside Tom Verducci. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Baseball on Fox. You know all about the Pirates. They haven't had a winning season in 20 years. They don't want to hear about it because, Tom, they feel like this is the year that and more comes to an end.
Yes, 2 straight second-half collapses. Andrew McCutchen actually has been a part of those collapses, hitting 70 points worse in the second half of the last 2 seasons. But last night got on track the second half with a home run and is hitting .370 in July. Tom, this is not a great offensive team. They need McCutchen. It's not a stretch to say that as McCutchen goes, so go the Pirates.
Most people would think that's a story for Joey Votto and the Cincinnati Reds. But really, you look at this season, the man in the big clutch situations who's delivered time after time is their all-star second baseman, Brandon Phillips.
And think about how the season started. Asked to be a table setter for this team with the injury to Ryan Ludwig. Manager Dusty Baker put Brandon Phillips in the 4-hole, and boy, has he responded, hitting .410 with runners in scoring position. And only Chris Davis and Miguel Cabrera, and they should be in another league, have more RBIs this season than Brandon Phillips.
Well, here we go. Game 2 in a critical series inside the Central to kick off this second half. The Pirates flexing their muscles, getting back in it with 3 home runs in the 6th off Mike Leake last night, but came up short in Game 1. Game 2 coming up next on Fox. Starting lineup for the visiting Pittsburgh Pirates, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. All-stars McCutchen and Alvarez follow Marte and Tabata at the top. Russell Martin and Garrett Jones in the middle. And a latter third of Jordy Mercer playing for the injured Neil Walker at second base. Clint Barmas at short. And A.J. Burnett makes his 17th start on the mound. Starting at 4, Cincinnati began the year undefeated. He finally lost a game, Tom, to these Pirates, and Matt Latos since then has not been the same pitcher, although his overall body of work has been very, very good.
Yeah, ERA in the last 6 starts is over 5, but what I like about him is his breaking stuff is so good. I call him a master of disguise. In other words, he makes pitches out of the strike zone look like they're in the strike zone. One of the best in the league at getting hitters to chase pitches out of the zone. And passing 75, no, that's not miles per hour. That's the pitches in the game. Keep an eye on Matt Latos. First 75 pitches, hitters hit 226, but after that, it goes up to 323.
We'll be keeping track of that throughout the entire afternoon. Let's take a look at Cincinnati defensively, among the top defensive teams in the National League. Heisey still playing for the injured Ryan Ludwig in left field. Shue in center, Jay Bruce in right. Starting right side of the National League All-Star team features Phillips and Votto, Zach Cozart, Jack Hanahan, a rare start at third base today, and Devin Mesoraco hanging the signs for Matt Latos. Our opening pitch today from Great American Ballpark, brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds and settle in. Boy, inside this National League Central, the rivalries of both Cincinnati and the Pirates, Cincinnati and St. Louis, and now all of a sudden the Pirates and the Cardinals. Certainly worth watching any time those teams get together. You look at the judiciary today where John Hirschbeck calls the balls and strikes, joined by James Hoy, Bob Davidson, and Jim Reynolds. Starling Marte making his way to the plate, having a very, very good year, batting in that leadoff spot, playing every day. .292 batter, 10 home runs, 29 runs batted in. This game features not only 2 of the top teams in all the National League, but 2 of the best leadoff hitters in the National League. And there's strike 1 and this one underway. There is a threat of rain throughout the entire afternoon. We've not had any through the morning hours or the early stages of this Saturday in Cincinnati, so let's keep our fingers crossed and Mother Nature's in a good mood. Hanahan, bare hands, throws, got him. What a play by Hanahan.
Excellent play by Hanahan. He was up anticipating a possible bunt. Do or die play with the bare hand here. Charges this ball and gets it right into the fingers in proper position. The throw on target. Very nice play. You see him playing Marte up on the grass. He knows the scouting report, runs well, and will drop bunts. Just an excellent play by Hanahan.
We mentioned a rare start today for Hanahan. Todd Frazier is the regular Cincinnati third baseman. So 1 out, and now it's Jose Tabata. Ball 1 from Matt Latos. We welcome many of you waiting to watch the Yankees and the Red Sox today, but they are in a delay due to rain at Fenway Park in Boston. If and when that game gets started, those of you waiting for that one will get you to your game from Fenway Park. 2-0 on Tabata, who has started the last 2 weeks out in right field. He spent a lot of the year in the minor leagues, and playing in just his 49th game of the season, has swung the bat well.
He has, but you know, Tom, this is the one position, right field for the Pirates, that a lot of people look at to a position where they can upgrade before the trade deadline. Last in the league in OPS out of that position.
3-0.
So the question is, do they have enough offense to stave off another one of these second half collapses that they've endured the last couple of years? Garrett Jones, first baseman, came out and said, we've got enough right here, we just have to play better.
And there is a 4-pitch walk to Tabata that will bring Andrew McCutchen to the plate. 56 wins, the most number of wins at the All-Star break by a Pirate team since 1975. They won 57 that year. Hard to believe in 2010, 57 wins was the Pittsburgh total for the entire year. What an excellent job Clint Hurdle, their coaching staff, obviously the players, the entire organization has done to try and build this thing the right way and get it turned around. And now it's a matter of just delivering the goods over the second half of the season.
And we asked Clint Hurdle if he had any special meeting before the second half began last night, and he said, "We have a meeting before the first game of every series. All the coaches speak. It was no different this time."
Latos finds a strike zone, even to count on McCutchen, a National League All-Star again, a .303 batter, 11 home runs and 50 runs batted in. Getting hot at the right time, as you mentioned a short while ago, Tom Verducci.
Yeah, he's got one of the quickest strokes in the big leagues.
Two and one.
And that's a nice job by McCutchen staying off that pitch. You know, at the top we talked about Latos' ability to get hitters to chase outside of the zone. Only Adam Wainwright, Cole Hamels, and Matt Harvey get hitters to chase outside the zone more than Latos. That's a good job by McCutchen staying off that slider.
2-1 on Andrew McCutchen, a runner at first base, and it swung on and fouled out of play. Of course, much was made early in the year about all the young pitchers the St. Louis Cardinals have used in their rotation. Likewise with these Pirates. What's interesting about this Cincinnati rotation is their pitchers are virtually as young as those featured in St. Louis and Pittsburgh. The difference, however, would be in experience. Matt Latos, perhaps the best example of all. He just turned 25 years old and has already made 125 major league starts.
What I like to call a young veteran, only 25, as you said. Steven Strasburg, for instance, turns 25 today. We still think of him as a phenom, a young guy still trying to get his feet on the ground over a full season. Latos, obviously, with a lot of starts and innings under his belt.
Well, you look at Mike Leake last night. He's closing in on 100 starts. Another 25-year-old. There's a liner into right center field to hit. Talbot had to make sure that Brandon Phillips didn't get high enough to catch it. So a walk and a single with one out, and the Pirates are knocking on the door here in the opening inning against Latos.
And early on, you'll watch this fastball stays up in the zone for McCutchen. Looks like fastball command, not quite there yet for Latos. The 4-pitch walk and the pitch up, fastball up there. McCutchen put a nice swing on it, but that pitch was up in the zone.
So now the left-handed batting, National League All-Star Pedro Alvarez, .247 average, 24 home runs and 62 runs batted in. A rare hitless night of late for the Pirate third baseman. He had collected at least one hit in all but 4 games over the last month. They'll have him batting cleanup when a right-hander is on the mound. They'll flip-flop he and Russell Martin when a left-hander starts for the opposition.
And you'll see a lot of swings and misses with Alvarez. Payoff, obviously, is big-time power.
2 on, 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Latos, the centerpiece of the Reds' biggest acquisition prior to last year, came over from San Diego. Cincinnati traded a former All-Star in Ensign Volquez, #1 picks Yonder Alonso and Yasmani Grandal, and a #2 pick, reliever Brad Boxberger, to get him. Of course, when you go out and acquire a pitcher from San Diego, you wonder how much was he helped by pitching in that big ballpark.
There's not too many changes more severe than going from Petco Ballpark to the Great American Ballpark. Obviously, much more of a hitter's park here in Cincinnati, especially during these day games. The ball carries.
And he's having a hard time finding the strike zone right now.
It's a danger pitch right here for Latos. Really needs to throw a strike, but he needs to throw a quality strike.
Leanne won the count. Runners at first and second, one out in the opening inning. And a big swing on a 94-mile-per-hour fastball will run the count full. Of course, they bring him into hitter-friendly Great American Ballpark, and you can't do much better than those numbers right there from Matt Latos.
He's really been a very durable, reliable pitcher. The only thing left on the resume for Latos is to start pitching deeper into ball games, become more of a 7- and 8-inning guy rather than a 6-inning starter. That comes with time.
Glenn Hurdle among the most aggressive managers in all of baseball, but I think anyone would be surprised with the runner starting 3-2 and Alvarez at the plate. They do not, and that's the reason why they don't start. 2 out in the inning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're talking about the guy with the highest swing and miss rate. When he swings, his contact rate is the lowest in the major leagues. That's a red light for your runners. To start runners, you really have to have confidence the hitter's going to put the ball in play. You just can't do that with Alvarez.
That'll bring Russell Martin to the plate, former Yankee, batting at .243, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Dusty Baker, hard to believe he's been in Cincinnati this long. Already his 6th season. Has led the Reds to a pair of National League Central Division titles over the last 3 years. 2 on, 2 out. Strike 1.
You know, Tom, we've seen this a lot from Matt Latos this year. He seems to pitch better with runners on base. Very comfortable. I think it's because of the control of his breaking stuff. 229 hitters are with runners on base. Able to throw breaking pitches in any count. That certainly helps.
Fly ball center field, and Latos will pitch himself out of trouble. The Pirates strand 2. Cincinnati will bat. Last of the first inning when we return. Behind the home plate area here at Great American Ballpark. Keep our fingers crossed. Starting lineup for Dusty Baker's Reds, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Chu and Heisey to start it. All-Stars Votto and Phillips will follow. Then Jay Bruce, who could have easily been an all-star in right. Jack Hanahan at third, and a latter third of Zach Cozart, Devin Mesoraco, and Matt Latos. A.J. Burnett began the year in the rotation, injured his calf and missed nearly 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks, in fact. Today is 17th start of the year.
And not much of a mystery with A.J. Burnett. Definitely curves ahead for A.J. Burnett. By that I mean no one throws a higher percentage of curveballs than Burnett. 1 out of every 3 pitches is a curveball. We talked about Latos, his ability to pitch out of jams with runners on base. Well, A.J. Burnett this year, 16 starts, has allowed only 14 hits with runners in scoring position.
Boy, take a look at the flags out in left center field. All of a sudden, this front bringing strong winds, dust blowing around from the areas all over the bases, and apparently, after a conversation in between innings by home plate umpire John Hirschbeck, he also is the crew chief, with Doug Gallant, the head groundskeeper for the Reds here at Great American Ballpark. They've decided they know the rain is coming. They know it's literally on the doorstep. So they're just going to stop it for right now and hope it gets through here right quick.
Yeah, I was watching Andrew McCutchen out there in center field, and there was a dust bowl forming out behind him on the warning track. He was doing all that he could to stay upright with the wind out there.
Well, we're being told that those of you waiting for the Red Sox and the New York Yankees, they have just informed us that they're scheduled to get started in a little more than 5 minutes from now. So for those of you that were slated to get that game, we will send you there. Some others we're going to send you to Wrigley Field in Chicago, where the Atlanta Braves, or U.S. Cellular Field, I beg your pardon, on the south side of Chicago, where the Atlanta Braves and the White Sox are just underway in the bottom of the first inning, and the wind giving the grounds crew fits.
Now hold on tight, guys.
Where is Dorothy? Where is Toto? Dusty Baker being brought up to speed as to what is going on. We've been in a rain delay for nearly an hour after the Pirates stranded 2 runners in the opening inning, top of the first inning against Matt Latos, and A.J. Burnett has made his way out to the pitcher's mound after a ground ball out on a great play made by the Reds' third baseman Jack Hanahan off the bat of Starling Marte. Tabata drew a walk, McCutchen singled, but then Latos came back to strike out all the Reds and got Russell Martin on a fly ball to center to get out of trouble. Almost makes you wonder watching A.J. Burnett out there on the mound right now. He appears to be a guy who is just now beginning to throw, and I got to believe if you're a member of the grounds crew or even the umpiring crew, and I don't mean to speculate here a little bit, Tom, but they knew that this window was coming, or this gap was coming, in what is projected to be a rainy late afternoon, early evening here in Cincinnati, that some of this had not taken place already, because they are ready to play baseball right now.
They're ready, but obviously A.J. Burnett is not ready. That tarp has been off the field for quite some time. We were under the impression that perhaps Burnett was throwing in one of the cages underneath the stands. Clearly that's not the case, because when he did get out to the mound, he began tossing the ball not from the rubber, from well in front of the rubber, an indication that he was just getting his normal routine pre-start getting underway. You see Ray Sears, the pitching coach, watching him right there. He's warmed up obviously before the game and got out to the mound before the rain hit to throw a full warm-up. Hasn't thrown a pitch in a game yet, but this is probably a 10 to 15 minute warm-up procedure that a starter would normally go through before a start.
It is interesting to note, it was a rather curious announcement made here in Cincinnati that this game would resume at 5:30 unless A.J. Burnett was ready before then. So we'll let you know when he's ready. We'll take a timeout, and hopefully we're about to resume play here in Cincinnati in a moment. American Ballpark in Cincinnati. We've not had rain for at least 15 minutes. And we have waited for the Pirate right-hander A.J. Burnett to get loose. Let's go back to the series opener here last night. In the very first inning, second batter of the game, Chris Heisey a home run to make it 1-0 Cincinnati. Liriano and Mike Leake settled in thereafter until the Reds struck for 4 in the 5th inning. 3 of them on a bases clearing double by Brandon Phillips. But the very next half inning, the Pirates climbed right back into the game. Mike Leake had only allowed 3 hits through the front 5, but allowed 3 home runs in that inning. Marte, McCutchen number 11, and then Russell Martin number 9. But that would end the scoring as the Cincinnati bullpen slammed the door over the final 3 1/3 innings. En route to a 5-3 win, and the Reds picked up a game on the team directly ahead of them in the National League Central Division standings. And the Reds starting lineup as they bat at the bottom of the first inning, presented by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Shin-Soo Choo, Chris Heisey, Joey Votto, followed by Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, and Jack Hanahan. Latter third of Zach Cozart, Devin Mesoraco, and the right-hander Matt Latos. A.J. Burnett making his 17th start of the year, a 4-6 record, a very low ERA.
Well, again, he sat down for a little more than an hour. That would be more of a problem if he had pitched, say, 3 or 4 innings in the game.
So we are ready to go here in Cincinnati. Choo, a .287 batter, takes a fastball off the inside corner. Choo having an outstanding year for the Reds after coming over in a deal during the offseason, part of a 3-team trade involving the Reds, the Indians from where he came, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, and brings into action today a 13-game hitting streak that goes to 14, as that one will go to the wall. And Choo is led off the Cincinnati first inning with a double.
Well, there's no secret that with Choo, you really want to pitch him inside. This one just runs back over the plate. Burnett doesn't get it inside enough. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Choo does a nice job keeping his hands inside that pitch and driving it the other way.
A.J. Burnett in his career against Cincinnati, and of course that goes back to starts wearing a Florida Marlins uniform as well. A 5-5 record, an ERA of barely over 4, but since becoming a Pirate, he has been very, very good against the Reds. 3-2 last year with an ERA barely over 2. Heisey will advance a runner and beats out a lazy play made by Burnett. And you saw him go to his ear like he thought he heard third base, and by the time he finally reacted, it was too late.
Well, really, a call shouldn't matter. A fielder should be able to tell by the speed of the bunt. This one is back to the mound, but not that hard back to him. And I think you mentioned that the lazy throw was when he changed his mind, looked at third, knew he didn't have a play. Look how long it takes him to deliver the ball to first base. And that's where the out was lost.
Hustling all the way up the line is Heisey, who runs very well. And now they're already stirring before they ever get back into their seats here in Cincinnati. The Reds have them on the corners and nobody out for Joey Votto. Bouncing ball to the right side, and it's under the glove of Mercer. And it's 1-0 Reds on the error by Mercer, who is filling in for the injured Neil Walker.
You know, Tom, I'm sure these guys all did their stretching and warm-ups underneath the stands. We didn't see a lot of players on the field, but to me it just looked like this was a guy who was sitting for an hour. Watch Mercer just not get down to this ground ball to his left. Not sure that that was a double play ball, certainly at least one out, but you see there the glove just wasn't down enough.
So Burnett has still not retired a batter. Only one ball should have ever left the infield in this inning. And now it's Brandon Phillips, who is tied with Arizona's Paul Goldschmidt for the most RBIs in the National League with 77. He bats with runners on the corners and nobody out. Strike one. Votto credited with a 500th RBI in his major league career, even though it was an error. One and one on Brandon Phillips.
We talked to Dusty Baker about Phillips' success as a run producer this year. Dusty told him hitting fourth, don't worry about hitting home runs. Cleanup means cleaning up the bases. Just get him in any way that you can, and certainly he's been superior at that this year. 4-10 in these situations with runners in scoring position.
Runners on the corners and nobody out. And there's a base hit to make it 2-0 Cincinnati, and Phillips becomes a National League leader and runs batted in. That's his 78th.
And Tom, that's a good example of what we just talked about. Certainly staying small when it's easy to start thinking big with your swing. You find someone who can hit with runners in scoring position, usually it means they're using the whole field. And look at that. No one among his peers at second base even close to Brandon Phillips.
And in fairness to those other guys, Matt Carpenter is batting leadoff, and Dan Uggla's batting way down in the order, hitting barely over 200. A.J. Burnett has thrown all of 7 pitches in this inning, and 4 batters have reached, with 2 of them scoring. Now Jay Bruce, Cincinnati right fielder, who very easily could have been chosen for the National League All-Star team as well. Closing in on 70 runs batted in, 19 home runs, leads the league with 28 doubles.
See the shift. Dead pull hitter is Jay Bruce, but Mercer can't play deep with 1 out, double play in order.
Big swing and a miss on a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. A.J. Burnett, of course, started his major league career with the Marlins, spent a number of seasons with the New York Yankees. And what a job he did his first season as a Pirate a year ago. Became the leader and the best pitcher on a very good staff, and he has fanned Bruce for the first out here in the first inning.
This is that breaking ball we talked at the top. No one throws a higher percentage of curveballs than A.J. Burnett. That was an exceptional one right there, a back foot curveball. Bruce over the top of it.
See, among all active pitchers, Burnett trailing former teammates Pettit, Sabathia, and Roy Halladay in strikeouts. Strike one on the third baseman, Jack Hanahan. Hanahan very, very little playing time. Coming over as a free agent during the offseason from Cleveland to join the Reds. .220 batter, only 9 runs batted in. Cincinnati a 2-0 lead to jump on Burnett here in the first inning after an hour rain delay. Good block by Russell Martin, preventing the runners from advancing. A ball and a strike.
Russell Martin, former infielder. He's one of the more athletic catchers you'll see behind the plate. So he did a nice job there of shifting his body to get in front of that pitch.
You know, we wondered how the rain delay might affect, obviously, A.J. Burnett. He had not thrown a pitch in this game before we had the hour-plus delay. You wonder how, if at all, it will affect the Red starter, who did get through the first inning, that being Matt Latos. Strike 2.
Yeah, but again, I think it's much harder to come back after a lengthy rain delay when you've been out there, you've got yourself hot and thrown 4 or 5 innings, got 70, 80 pitches. In this case, Burnett had just thrown his warm-up prior to the first inning. He's a veteran guy, been around the block. I'm not sure he would use that. I'm sure he would not use that as an excuse for what's happened here in the first inning. Not all of his doing.
And that would look like it hit Hanahan. That's because it did, and they are loaded with 2 runs already home here in the first inning.
Well, that was literally a back foot breaking ball from Burnett there. We saw the swing and miss for Bruce on the strikeout with the curveball. This one just bores in on Hanahan's feet. Just can't get out of the way.
Burnett went on the disabled list, you may remember, back on June the 13th. Came off on July the 7th. Made 2 starts before we hit the All-Star break. In neither start did he get through 6 innings. Threw the ball pretty well in both of those starts. But a high pitch count forcing him to leave the game, along with falling behind in his most recent start against the Cubs. Cozart, a high fly ball in the deep left center field. It'll stay in the ballpark. The tagging and scoring is Votto. On to third goes Phillips, and it's 3-0 Reds in the first inning.
I really like the approach by Cozart right there. Bases loaded. You're looking for something to elevate. He gets a fastball up, and there's the fly ball. Use the big part of the field. Don't wait to get deep into the count with a guy who's just been nasty on right-handed hitters. Nice piece of aggressive hitting, delivering the run home.
You certainly have to say, for that young Red shortstop Zach Cozart, for a guy who's really struggling with the batting average and the on-base percentage, and batting really in a spot in the order where they didn't want him to bat when this year began, and that would be in the number 2 spot. He still has been highly productive in terms of knocking in runs for a guy so infrequently getting on base. That's 34 RBIs for a guy hitting in the very low 230s.
Yeah, he's had a lot of productive outs, and I think you nailed it there, Tom, in that he is not a number 2 hitter. He was forced into that position when Phillips had to go into the 4 hole with the injury to Ludwig. He's much better suited toward the bottom third of a lineup.
Now the number 8 hitter, Devin Mesoraco, a native of Pennsylvania, grew up in Puxatawny. Breaking ball in there, strike, 1-1. First sighting of Matt Latos. Got to believe he was doing his warming up, as Tom speculated a moment ago, down in the batting cages they have by the Reds clubhouse here. 3 of them all told. Little bleeder into right. It's another base hit and another run. So be a double for Mesoraco. It is a 4-run Cincinnati first inning against Burnett.
Well, A.J. Burnett is probably wondering what else can go wrong. A bunt that should have been an out that turned into a hit. A ground ball to second base that should have been at least an out became an error. And now this curveball just flared off the end of the bat, but with the right kind of parachute on it, just drops on the right side of the foul line for a double from Mesoraco.
Matt Latos threw 19 pitches in the top of the first inning. Faced 5 batters. Pirates left 2 on base. The next pitch by Burnett will be his 19th pitch in the first inning. Yet 9 men have come to the plate. 4 of them have scored. Boy, Latos had a pitch to hit right there and fouled it straight back to the screen. A 92-mile-per-hour fastball, straight as a board.
Yeah, he's happy to be up there taking a hack in the first inning. That's always a good sign. You're the starting pitcher and you get an AB in the first inning. Thanks, guys.
Burnett trying to just survive this opening inning. That had a wrinkle in it. And now Latos behind at 1-2.
Yeah, like you, he took note of that swing he had at that heater. Actually, that's one of the best curveballs we've seen this inning.
Latos choking up on that bat. Behind an account 1-2 to Burnett with 2 on. And another nice play by Martin. You know, we were talking to Clint Hurdle before the game today about not always is the most valuable player of a team the most important player on a team. And many around the Pirates will tell you their most important player has been Russell Martin.
Well, yeah, you see it right there. Just the confidence to call that pitch, knowing with 2 strikes that curveball is going to be in the dirt. To call the pitch and to be in perfect position to block it with the head forward, the chest out in front of the baseball. The baseball went nowhere.
Came back with that fastball, better location, but Latos able to foul it off. It remains at 2-2. Pirates coming into the game tonight, 18 games over the 500 mark. Cincinnati 12 over. Clint Hurdle's team losing a game in the standings to the front-running Cardinals last night, but the 3 teams in the Central, along with Atlanta, have the 4 best records in the entire National League. Here's ball 3 to Latos.
You see Burnett now walk off the back of the mound. He knows this is the strike he needs to throw right here. 2 outs, the pitcher up, you were ahead in the count. You know, I know Latos found that one back, was right on that one fastball, but I think you go back to challenge fastball right here.
3-2 to Latos, and here it comes. Struck him out on that fastball up and end to end the inning. But Cincinnati strikes for 4 in a first inning that lasts, including a rain delay, an hour and 45 minutes. Taco Bell, sponsored by Ford and their spectacular summer sales event, and by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Mas. Recapping the Pirates' first inning, they had a chance to jump on Matt Latos. They had 2 on with only 1 out. But the cleanup hitter was struck out. Russell Martin did a fly ball routinely to Shin-Soo Choo. And then the Reds jump on A.J. Burnett in the bottom of the first inning. 9 men at the plate, 4 of them scoring. Of course, we've already hit a batter in this game, Hanahan, a moment ago, to say things have gotten chippy, to say the least, between these two teams. Pirates pitchers have hit Reds batters now 11 times. Reds pitchers have hit Pirate batters 9 times. That is 20 of them in the games they have played, 11 games, this being the 12th today. And that is by far the most hit batsman in season series between two teams all over Major League Baseball. The next closest would be the Blue Jays and the Orioles, or the Rangers and the A's with 12.
Yeah, obviously the breaking ball by Burnett that hit Hanahan. Nothing behind that one, but there is a history here going back to last year with these two teams. Sometimes, Tom, it's the pitches that don't hit their target. A couple of pitches that have buzzed the towers of hitters. Aroldis Chapman has done that a couple of times to Pittsburgh batters that they have filed away, turning into a good rivalry.
Chu himself has been hit 6 times by Pirate pitching. Of course, he leads the planet getting hit by pitches, 20 of them this year for Chu. So here come the Pirates against Latos in the second inning. It'll begin with Garrett Jones, then Jordy Mercer and Clint Barmes. 6, 7, 8 in the Pirate batting order. Pirates have been a great come-from-behind team. They almost were able to pull it off last night. They fell behind 5-0, made it 5-3. But scoring has certainly been a major issue for Clint Hurdle's team so far this year.
Well, we saw the long ball last night, 3 of them, all of them though with nobody on base. Biggest problem for this Pittsburgh offense has been delivering hits with runners in scoring position. Been the worst in the league in that department.
And they're already 0 for 2 in that category here today. This one in the air to deep right field. Bruce backing up, and it will fly out of here. Garrett Jones with a home run to get the Pirates on the board. A 4-1 game. And that's the first batter Latos faces after the hour and 17-minute rain delay.
Well, scoring position may be a problem for this Pittsburgh team, but certainly not power. A lot of power in this lineup, and that was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that Jones turned around.
Well, Jones is one of those guys when, you know, all the rumors swirling around about what the Pirates might do or what they might not do to try and acquire another bat. You know, you start looking around, obviously, at positions on your team of guys that are underachieving, at least compared to last year. And Garrett Jones is right at the top of the list. He had 27 home runs last year, knocked in 86 runs. But he came out, you quoted him from what he said in the break, we don't need to make a deal for offense. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, I like that. If I'm Clint Hurdle, I'm okay with him saying that. He's basically saying, don't worry about me, guys. We've got enough here to get to October. I still think that Neil Huntington, the general manager, is out there making his calls, scouring the landscape to see what can be had in terms of bats. A lot of talks about a guy like Alex Rios, the outfielder with the Chicago White Sox. I think in a perfect world for the Pirates, there would be some kind of corner bat out there to add before the 31st.
Well, I thought Clint Hurdle made a great point to us before the game today, saying, you know, I think a lot of people have forgotten it was 2 years ago when they went out and acquired now Cincinnati Red, then San Diego Padre Ryan Ludwig. They brought in Derek Lee to take over at first base. A couple of big name players who have had very, very good major league careers, if not great careers at times. As that ball is clobbered over and able to run it down is Heisen. Got a good jump on that ball. And that's out number 1 here in the second inning. But it didn't work out for him then.
No, both those veteran guys really didn't hit once they showed up, but you had to applaud the effort for the Pirates to add veteran bats to a younger team that was still trying to find out who they were. They had, once again, going back to the last 2 seasons, very good first halves of the season. This is a team that still needs to prove it can play 6 good months.
One out in the inning, and now Barmes, 2 batters and 2 very hard hit balls against Latos in this Pittsburgh second inning. Went around on a breaking ball, down and away. 1-1 to Barmes. Barmes was right on the cusp of losing his job at shortstop to Jordy Mercer about 3 weeks ago. And then Neil Walker got hurt. And it forced the Pirates to move Mercer over to second base to replace him and put Barmes back in at short. And ever since he was given another chance, Barmes has been a much better hitter.
And Neil Walker working his way back now. Played his first rehab game last night in the minor leagues.
That's a swing and a miss, but the ball gets away, and Barmes will reach base safely at first. That'll be the second strikeout of the game for Matt Latos. But a wild pitch allows Barmes to reach first base.
This is a good 12-6 curveball. That's a tough one to keep in front of you for Mesoraco right there. But we talked at the top about Matt Latos, the 4th highest percentage of chases in the National League by chase hitters going outside and swinging at pitches not in the zone. That was 3 consecutive pitches to Barmes that were not strikes, and he swung at all of them. Start in the zone, break it out of the zone.
Now A.J. Burnett, the batter. 1 in, 1 on, 1 out. Burnett has to bunt, and right through a strike, he missed it. 4 sacrifices thus far by Burnett. Pirate team 2 years ago, 6 games over 500 at the 100 games mark. The rest of that season they won 19 times and lost 43. Last year they were a whopping 16 games over 500. They went 20 under the rest of the year, winning only 21 of their final 62 games. Perfect bunt by Burnett, and that will advance a runner on to second base. 2 are out. All right, Tom Verducci, how about our forward keys to the game today?
Well, we'll test one of them right here. Another runner in scoring position. To me, that's it for the Pirates. They need hits with runners in scoring position. As we mentioned, the worst in the league so far this year. And for the Reds, you know, because Burnett is so tough on right-handed hitters with that curveball, it really comes down to their left-handed hitters for me to deliver. And so far we've seen Chu started off with that double to start the 4-run first inning. That's where the production should come from, the left-handed hitters in the Cincinnati lineup.
Now back to the top of the order, and Marte, he tried to bunt his way on and was thrown out on a terrific defensive play, a barehanded pickup by the Reds' third baseman Jack Hanahan. Pitch in the dirt, ball 1 to Marte. This guy's a good-looking young player. They have very high hopes for Starling Marte moving forward for these Pittsburgh Pirates.
And I think he's an exceptional all-around player. He's really a center fielder playing left field. Of course, you've got McCutchen in center field. There's really nothing this guy can't do. I think he's a little miscast as a leadoff hitter. Maybe not as patient as you'd like to see, but certainly gives you power out of that leadoff spot as a bonus.
2-0.
See Latos miss a lot where Mesoraco was set up down and away, and that pitch just got out of his hand early. There's a situation here. You've got first base open and 2 outs. You're not giving in to Marte here. Wouldn't surprise me to see Latos here go to the curveball.
Off speed again, and it's 3-0.
Hey, it went to the changeup. Again, I think that's smart there. Certainly not necessarily want to walk Marte, but more importantly, you don't want to give in with the base open and 2 out, Tabata on deck.
Marte clubbed his 10th home run of the season. It came in a 3-run 6th last night. He had 2 hits and 5 at-bats. His other 3 times he struck out. And you see he's gotten better and better every month. Three and 1. And there's ball 4 to Marte. Second walk given up by Latos. So clearly after falling behind 2-0, he didn't want to give Marte a whole lot to hit. And he'll take his chances now with the less experienced and less productive, although he can hit. And that's Tabata. Now, this is one of those games where the mental aspect of baseball can really come into play. There is no rhythm to this game. You play the top of the first inning, which you rarely ever see. You wait an hour and 17 minutes. The visiting pitcher had not thrown a pitch in the game, had all the time to get warmed up on the field. Undeniably, I'm sure he was trying to hurry himself along, knowing everybody's waiting on him. You get 4 runs off him, the Reds do in the first inning. Then you come right back, and now Lato's turn after the long delay. And which team is going to grind? You hear that term all the time, but boy, in baseball, with the schedule being what it is, and sometimes the elements, situations you're presented with, it's the grinding team that often finds a way to win games like this.
Well, I agree, and it's mental and physically challenging because you're out of your routine. Baseball being such a game of routine, we've seen both pitchers out there really not sharp coming out of the break, and it did have a certain strange factor to it. It almost felt like the Pirates, as the visiting team, were the home team taking the field. Of course, the Reds will experience that on their next road trip, where they make up a home game on the West Coast. I wonder if they'll wear their home whites for that game.
Good question. Very good question.
I don't think so. I don't think they want to pack another set of uniforms.
0-2 delivery on Tabata. Swung on and fouled out of play. But I do wonder, Tom, if they're going to bat in the bottom of the first inning at AT&T Park. You bring up the uniform, but I wonder if they will be the designated home team for that game. That'll be a makeup game against the San Francisco Giants that was rained out the final homestand for Cincinnati before the All-Star break.
I got to believe that's their home game, and as the home team, home field advantage means having the last at bat. So I would think that they would be batting in the home team spot at AT&T Park.
0-2 the count on Tabata. Nice play there by the youngster Mesoraco, preventing a pair of runners getting into scoring position. Latos laboring through this second inning. 25 pitches he has thrown in it. Yeah, the Reds will bat in the bottom of each inning. Statistically, they will remain the quote-unquote visiting team. But the home team is the team on whose grounds the game is played, and it will be designated as a Reds game. One hopper to short. Force out. And it's by Phillips. Should have been the final out of the inning. 1 run will score. And a rare miscue defensively by this middle infield of Cozart and Phillips. And the Pirates have taken advantage of it to make it a 2-run game. How about that?
Rare indeed. Just looked like a quarterback and receiver not on the same route here. Just kind of misfeeds here a little bit high, and Phillips can't corral it. That's as routine as you get, especially with 2 infielders as sure-handed as Cozart and Phillips.
That'll be a fielder's choice throwing error on the shortstop, Zach Cozart. So the inning continues, and what a bizarre inning it has been. McCutchen the batter. First pitch swinging, fouls it back. You got the home run by Jones to begin the inning. You got an out. then a strikeout, but a wild pitch allowed Barmes to reach. After a bunt, a walk, and now a throwing error continues the inning.
Yeah, this is not exactly an oil painting of a baseball game, more like finger painting. And I'll get back to your point, Tom, about getting players out of their routine and that long rain delay. We have not seen sharp baseball or anything close to it.
Latos just rearing back and bringing the gas to McCutchen. That one at 97 miles per hour, and he gets ahead at 0-2.
Yeah, both pitches looked like there was some anger behind them. This is where you need to pick up your infielders as a pitcher and make sure the damage stays at 1 in terms of that unearned run. Should have been off the field, yes, but now it's up to you to limit the damage.
Runners at first and third, 2 out, 0-2 on Andrew McCutchen, and here it comes. Swing and a miss. And the struggles for the Pirates with runners in scoring position continues. Pirates get a pair, one on the long ball from Jones, and it's a 2-run game in the middle of the second inning. Are waiting, grab some buzz. Tom Verducci grooving to the sounds of the Monkees in between innings. Kind of rocking a little bit to I'm a Believer.
I'm a Believer. And by the way, the Reds will wear their home whites when they are the home team in San Francisco.
How about that? So their clubhouse manager, Rick Stowe, will have to pack the road grays, and that's a long trip. Now a 4-game series in 3 days in San Francisco, followed by a 4-game series in Los Angeles, ending with 3 games in San Diego. And then they come back home for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Huge stretch of games for the Reds, obviously, with the Pirates in front of them, the West Coast trip, and then the Cardinals in front of them.
Shin-Soo Choo trying to bunt his way on to begin the Cincinnati second inning. Reds lead 4-2. Choo, of course, a native Korean. Without question, the best major league player that his country has ever produced. He will be a free agent at the end of the year, and they will be lining up to try and acquire, one would assume anyway, the services of Shin-Soo Choo.
Well, in some ways, Tom, I think he's enhanced his value by playing center field this year. A lot of people question whether he could do that on an everyday basis.
Off the glove of Garrett Jones, and that one will trickle into right field. So neither team much with it here early on today. Greg Amsinger is standing by in the MLB Network studios for a grain break. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Tom. Brett Gardner with his second hit just past the glove of Dustin Pedroia. This scores the game's first and only run at the moment. Yankees up 1-0. Hiroki Kuroda up to his old tricks, dominating the Red Sox in the bottom of the sixth. Tom Brennan and Tom Verducci, back to you.
All righty, Greg, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with him throughout the entire day today. That has scored a base hit. Chu had already extended his hitting streak to a major league active long 14 consecutive games with a double his first time up.
Base hit, you said, right?
That's what I'm told.
Okay, just checking. Wanted to make sure.
A.J. Burnett might be wondering the same thing. So now Heisey. Heisey had a bunt hit on, quite honestly, an out that should have been easily converted by A.J. Burnett. It was virtually bunted right back to him. He thought about going to third, and then by the time he got around to the idea of throwing to first, Heisey had beat the throw. 0-1. Ryan Ludwig, in his first year as a Red last year, knocked in nearly 90 runs and began this season as a team's cleanup hitter. That did not last one full game. Slid into third base here on opening day against the LA Angels of Anaheim. Shoulder required surgery. He has not played the rest of the year. They didn't think he would be back until perhaps mid to late August. Dusty Baker came out yesterday and said he is so far ahead of schedule that they have to be very, very careful of getting not too far ahead of themselves. That one popped up and Marte will handle it. But Ludwig took batting practice on the field here 2 days ago, and he could be on his way to rehab very soon. This was a season opener right here, and that was the last time that he's put on a Reds uniform and played the game. And he's a big, big part of this Cincinnati offense.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll slide head first again when he comes back. We see so many guys get finger and shoulder injuries with those head first slides. But, you know, I was talking to Walt Jocketty at this time of year, of course. A lot of chatter about what's out there on the trade market, what teams need. Walt Jocketty was talking about Ryan Ludwig, such a good hitter, a guy you can plug in the middle of the order. He's not sure there's anybody out there on the market of Ryan Ludwig's quality. In other words, what the Reds need is in their training room right now, rather than on another roster.
Well, both of these teams know all about that. At one point in time in the first half of the season, the Pirates had 4/5 of their starting rotation on the DL. You look at Cincinnati, their ace right-hander, Johnny Cueto, won 19 games last year, has been on the DL 3 times. Arguably the best setup duo among all National League teams in the bullpen. That being Jonathan Broxton and Sean Marshall for the Reds. Both of them have been on the disabled list, still are now. And then you throw in Ludwig. So for both of these teams, I think it's extraordinary what both of them have been able to do with far less than their best available to put on the field for extended periods of time.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially with the Reds. I think, again, at the trade deadline, I think it actually removes some pressure. I mean, you certainly don't have to panic into a move because you do expect these guys to all get back at some point. Sean Marshall had a little bit of a setback the other day, but he's on his way back. Ludwig, took, as you mentioned, took his first swings in live batting practice the last couple of days. And you can see the cavalry coming over the hill for some help.
One at first, one out, 1-2 to count on Votto, and another throw over. Burnett is a very good move.
Yeah, that's the second time he almost caught Chu over there. The Reds don't run much, but That's twice there where Chu was sort of leaning the other way. Of course, the Reds know, as you mentioned, Tom, he doesn't hold runners well, slow to the plate. 16 out of 16 against Burnett on steals this year.
Well, that is one area where Russell Martin has made just an extraordinary difference behind the plate. That's throwing out would-be base runners. The Pirates were among the worst teams in all of baseball in that category last year. Now they're among the best.
Yeah, Clint Hurdle, the manager, told us that he's a weapon for them behind the plate. But of course, Burnett, he's got that leg swing. There's not much that Russell Martin can do about that.
2-2 on Joey Votto. There goes a runner. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Throw down to second, and he is out at second. A strike him out, throw him out. Double play will end the inning. Martin doing what he's done all year long when given a chance, shutting down the opponent's running game. Cincinnati with a 4-2 lead. And we talked about how valuable and how important Russell Martin has been to this Pirate team.
Yeah, you talk about arm strength. Watch his footwork here. Watch how quickly he shifts, gets himself square, and in perfect position to make a very strong throw. Right on the money to second base. To me, that was his footwork that got him in position. Yes, a strong arm, but as we mentioned, former infielder, very athletic with great feet.
So Matt Latos climbs a hill, takes the ball, top of the third inning. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Reds, 2 runs, 2 hits for the Pirates. Heart of the order coming up, and it's strike one on a pitch away from Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez hitless in a game here last night, and that was against Cincinnati starter and winner for the 9th time this year, Mike Leake. And Mike kind enough to join us from the Cincinnati dugout. Mike, congratulations on the win last night. You already have more wins this year, as that one has popped up. Should be the first out of the inning, and it is. You already have more wins this year than you had all of last year. Do you think you have been a significantly better pitcher this year than last year?
Absolutely. I mean, last year, I mean, was a tough year for me. It was a pretty frustrating year, but this year it's gotten better for me. I mean, confidence and the ability to mix up pitches better this year is probably the biggest thing for me.
Not about a Russell Martin, and that's ball one.
Hey, Mike, I got to ask you a question I get from a lot of fans after rain delays. What are the players doing back there? Anything good on TV? You guys hit the slushy machine, and especially for a starting pitcher, what do you do to kill time?
I mean, there's some cards being played, and there's a lot of eating. That's a big problem with rain delays is people put on 5 pounds. Now, guys don't like rain delays. They're kind of annoying because you're sitting around bored waiting for the word to start in 30 minutes. So they're actually kind of frustrating.
You know, Mike, it's never asking the question and not asking you the question to try and guess how guys are going to be from other teams over the second half of the year. But Tom and I were talking about earlier, you know, with all the youth that they've injected in this Pirates starting rotation and all the youth the Pirates have had to use in their rotation. But we made the note that, you know, you're 25, Latos is 25, Bailey's just a bit beyond 25, same with Johnny Cueto, yet all of you guys closing in on 100 or 150 career starts already. How valuable do you think that will be, you know, going down the stretch in another quote-unquote pennant race? This will already be your third one of those in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, we are young, but we do have 3 or 4 years of experience for each of us. So it kind of, we're getting towards that veteran year. I mean, we're still young in the game, but we're getting to the point where we're kind of learning ourselves and we're learning the hitters around the league, and it definitely is significant versus having a one or 2 year guy that doesn't know the players or how to take a year in full stride, really.
2 down in the inning, and now it's Garrett Jones. 3 things you need to know about Mike Lee. Grew up in San Diego. We have a great pitcher, and you've heard about it a time or two before, Mike, about playing on the same Little League team with Steven Strasburg. Yet I think if you went around to most people and said, who's won more games in the major leagues? It's not even close. You would be the answer to that question rather than Steven Strasburg.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a great pitcher. He's got better stuff than me. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of wins and losses anyway. So I don't think they're a telltale sign of how good a pitcher is, to be honest. So I think it's a team stat. But he's one of the most dominant pitchers in the game right now, and guys don't like facing him. Guys like facing me. So just because I'm not going to be overpowering, and I mean, I'm going to throw strikes, and people are going to have a chance to hit the ball more often off me than they are against Steven. So it's I don't think that's a telltale sign, to be honest.
Well, Mike, one thing you should be proud of is your durability, and we've seen it throughout the Cincinnati staff under Brian Price. You guys continue to take the ball. The wins seem to follow when you're able to do that. How important has it been to be on a program where guys take the ball every 5th day?
I think that's one of the most important things in having a starting pitcher. I mean, unfortunately with Cueto this year, we haven't had him as much as we would like. But I think what Bronson's done in his career is something that is underlooked at. I mean, he's something special, to be honest, and I don't know why every team wouldn't want him, to be honest, just because you know you're going to get him for 30-plus starts every year. I mean, it's just one of those things. You don't have to worry about, okay, we got to bring somebody up for him if he's hurt. I mean, the stress of having a pitcher like him goes way down just because you know you're going to have the reliability.
Mike is referring, for those of you that don't know, to his teammate Bronson Arroyo, who in his minor league career and his major league career has never missed a start. Not one time.
No, yeah. I mean,
what's his secret, Mike?
You've gotten very close to him, Mike, since you came up to the big leagues.
Yeah. I mean, I just had that first year, but I don't know what the secret is. I mean, some guys' bodies are built different, so some guys can have the stamina, some guys don't. But I don't know. I think just being able to take care of yourself and doing the little things that are tedious are kind of the main thing that keep you on the field, I think.
1-0 on Jordy Mercer. Runner at first, 2 men around, and he went around. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Mike, you look at this second half of the season after the All-Star break. Your team's 12 games over 500. Before this inning is over, tell us, what do the Reds have to do differently or do better to make it back-to-back division championships?
I think it's sound baseball. I think it's our biggest thing has just been little tiny mental errors throughout the season that have kind of kept us from being that team that's looked at as a big threat. I mean, I think some base running errors, some pitching errors, some defense. I mean, just little errors all around the field that keep you from being that top tier team. I mean, not that we're not a top tier team, just because, I mean, we have that many wins and we have that good of a record, and we're in third place, but it doesn't feel like that. I mean, it feels like we're in last place, but just because we got two teams ahead of us that are making it hard on us. So I think it's just fine-tuning up and playing solid baseball is the main thing for us.
Well, Mike, we thank you for taking the time to join us today. Congratulations on the win last night, and the best of luck the rest of the year.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mike Leake joining us from the Reds dugout. He is the leading winner on this Cincinnati team, and he began the year as a number 5 starter in their rotation. And were it not for the Reds very late in spring training making the decision that Aroldis Chapman would stay as their closer, there were a lot of people that wondered if Mike Leake would even be a Red this year. 3-2 now on Mercer.
Boy, he's been so good lately, especially. And I actually liked what he said. It feels like we're in last place because they know they haven't fired on all cylinders yet, but that's a good thing. We've talked about that. Despite the injuries, despite the kind of mental errors that Mike referred to there, this team is still in position, very good position, to be playing in October.
3-2 on Mercer. And Latos delivers that ball driven hard into deep right center field, and Bruce will not be able to get it. And a bad break for the Pirates. That'll be a ground rule double. And they are going to send Garrett Jones back to third base. If that ball just hits a wall, that's another Pirate run.
Well, that is definitely a bad break. I was watching the third base coach, Nick Leyva, when that ball jumped over the fence, because he was sending Jones all the way and he would have scored standing up easily. Nick just kind of hung his head and said, I can't believe that. You can see the ball's just hitting the outfield now, and Jones is almost at third base. That's Nick Leyva saying, oh, I can't believe that. Talk about your bad breaks. That's an easy run. Yep, not a good feeling. He might have said something else there too, but I don't think we picked that
I think you might be right. Well, Brian Price, the pitching coach, out for a visit. You have a number 8 hitter right now. Then you have the pitcher spot in the on-deck circle. And obviously only being in the third inning, they're not going to bat for A.J. Burnett. So do you even fool around with Barmes, who with one little harmless single could tie the game with 2 outs here in the third inning?
No, I think, well, they're going to put him on. I think you could think about it because Barmes, as we talked about last time, chased 3 pitches out of the strike zone. I thought Latos here would at least get a pitch or two to see if he'd get ahead to get Barmes out of the strike zone, but they won't even risk that. Tom, this right here, obviously the biggest difference between the two leagues, knowing that you've got essentially an out built into the lineup in the 9 spot. Pitchers this year against Matt Latos, 1 for 31 with 19 strikeouts. 1 for 31. Now he's doing his job and taking those outs, but they're there in the National League lineup.
We invite you to make Sunday extra special by going out to the ballpark. Go to MLB.com/Sunday to find very special ticket offers. Not only here in Cincinnati and Pittsburgh on Sunday afternoons, but all around the world of Major League Baseball. They are loaded for A.J. Burnett. Another inning where Latos had 2-out walk. He easily retired the first 2 batters in the inning. But then he walked Garrett Jones. There's a fly ball hit down the right field line, and that one in the corner out of play. Well, Latos has made it hard on himself today. A walk in the first inning. Had a couple of bad breaks in the second. But the 2-out walk in the third, followed by a double, an intentional walk, and now having to pitch out of a jam. The Pirates have already left 4 runners on base, and they have them loaded here in the third. Latos works out of the regular windup. And ahead 0-2. Pirates have them loaded. Jones, Mercer, and Barmes. Latos ahead of A.J. Burnett at 1 ball and 2 strikes. This will be already the 74th pitch thrown in this game by Latos, and we are in the 3rd inning. Boy, and Burnett looks at 2 fastballs and out at bat right down the can to end the inning. 7 left on base for Pittsburgh. They're down by 2. A.J. Burnett just making his way out to the mound. He's only thrown 2 warm-up pitches. We had a chance a moment ago to catch up with Pirate skipper Clint Hurdle. Well, Clint, obviously a couple of missed chances here early on for your team. Already 7 runners left on base today.
Is that a lot? Hey, we're getting out there. We might just bore them to death today. This is not the way we drew the first 20 plays up, but we're good at adapting, improvising, and overcoming.
Hey, Clint, we know that A.J. Burnett is a veteran guy, but how much trouble do you think he had coming back off the delay?
You know, I don't know. It's not the way he wanted to come out. You look at the inning, though. We handled the ball twice. He's got 4 pitches. They got 1 run, and we got 2 outs. So how it played out after that was a little problematic. You know, we just don't look backwards now. What's happened, happened. It's 4-2. We got Latos up over 70-some pitches. We got a battle on our hand. We just got to keep playing forward.
Clint, you're asked this question ad nauseum all the time about, you know, the streak of 20 years, et cetera, et cetera. I know you're not thinking all about that. Your focus on this team each and every day is going out and winning baseball games, and you have to really like this team the way you're playing so far this year.
I like our team a lot. We've talked about being uncommon. We talk about not being common. We talk about being stubborn with our approach, our game plan. Once we dig our spikes in a batter's box to compete, throw the mechanics out the window and the mound, just play the game, and that's what they've done. We encourage them, go play to win. We'll figure things out. We're going to make some mistakes, but we've got to be half crazy. We've got to be aggressive, and we've got to play with an enthusiasm and an aggressive nature, and we're doing that.
Clint, thanks for the time. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, man.
It's fun to be around, isn't it? Fun to talk to.
Fun to play for, too. I like what he said. We have to be half crazy. I think that team qualifies.
All the years for Hurdle, of course, in Colorado. Getting that team to a World Series. Only 2 postseason appearances in the history of the Colorado Rockies franchise. One under Don Baylor and then Clint Hurdle. And now trying to get these Pirates to the postseason. And right now they would be in a position to do just that. It would be a 1-game playoff between these 2 teams right here on Fox today. The Reds and the Pirates would play that 1-game playoff, and according to their records today, that game would be at PNC Park.
Yeah, and just think about that resume if in fact that does happen for Clint Hurdle. To take a team like the Rockies to the World Series, it's so hard to put together a winning team at altitude. And obviously, really not much of a history in terms of success in postseason. Take that team to the World Series. Now the Pirates, who have not had a winning season really in a generation, to try to restore the glory in Pittsburgh.
2-2 on Brandon Phillips leading off the Reds' 3rd inning. Cincinnati with a 4-2 lead. Phillips had a run-scoring single to right field in that 4-run first inning against A.J. Burnett. It's interesting to note, 2007 was the year Hurdle took Colorado to the World Series. That year they played Arizona, you may remember. Their division rivals in the National League Championship Series. Bob Melvin was the manager of that Arizona team. Hurdle fired in Colorado. Melvin fired in Arizona. That was during the 2009 year as Phillips has gone on strikes. Going into play today, Hurdle's Pirates, Melvin's Oakland Athletics, each sitting on 56 wins, among the most in all of baseball.
Obviously getting fired, not the end of the world. In fact, I have a theory, Tom. I think managers get better second time around. I've seen a lot of guys like Terry Francona, Joe Torre multiple times, Charlie Emanuel I mentioned, Terry Francona. A lot of guys, I think, learn from their mistakes. Bruce Bochy out in San Francisco. Sometimes you'd rather have the guy the second time around than having a guy out there on the first time. Although Mike Matheny seems to be proving everybody wrong. A guy with no managerial experience has made it look easy the last couple of years in St. Louis.
Of course, Dusty Baker has already taken 3 teams to the playoffs himself. San Francisco Giants to a World Series, losing to the Angels. You may remember back in 2002, had the Cubs within 5 outs of going to a World Series a year later. And twice has already won division championships during his tenure here in Cincinnati. Oh, and by the way, quite a player as well.
Yeah, just throw that in on the bottom there. More than 1,000 RBIs as a player. Look at Dusty's lineup card.
We brought it up earlier, but to be here today, this is going to be the kind of game where mental toughness could easily determine the outcome, because this game has no feel, no sort of rhythm. Even the crowd is a little bit off after having sit through nearly an hour and a half rain delay. Start time is different than most teams are used to playing. Most of the time you play at 1 o'clock or you play at 7 o'clock, depending on what time you're in. Just has a very odd feel to this entire day so far.
I agree with you. There's just really not a shape or pace to this game so far. And it might be easy to sort of give in to that. Do the equivalent of going through the motions or not being locked in, focused. I thought you put it well, Tom, that the team that can grind through a game like this and almost steal the win will have a big advantage over their rival. I mean, this is a big series for both of these teams, I believe. They say it's only July. How could it be a big series? But I think starting the second half, and I think the Pirates are really concerned about catching St. Louis. I know they don't want to look in the rearview mirror, but Cincinnati is not going away. We know that. Take a look at the standings. 3 teams separated by 5 games.
Two on Jay Bruce. And for the second time, Burnett strikes him out on that breaking ball, and that's 5 of them for AJ. I know you're getting ready. We are. For Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Your home for great live sports, all the news and highlights you want. America's new sports network is Fox Sports 1, coming on August the 17th. Countdown is on. Jack Hanahan hit by a pitch his first time up, and down, strike 1. We're only in the bottom of the 3rd inning in a game that got underway at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. An hour 17 of that in a rain delay.
Well, Tom, I think A.J. Burnett is doing his best right now to determine pace in this game. It's like that breaking ball is back. It's sharp again. He's attacking hitters, picking up the pace a little bit here. Looks much sharper than when he came back after the delay.
Strikes out Hanahan on 3 pitches, and he fans aside in the 3rd. We are off to the 4th. Reds 4, Pirates 2. Sponsored by Disney's Planes in theaters in 3D August the 9th. And by Ace, the helpful place. Welcome back to Great American Ballpark. Had an excess of 40,000 to sell out here last night. First game back after the break. And very close to a sellout here today, although the heat perhaps early on, and certainly the threat of rain, which we knew about going back over the last 24 hours. We had a little bit of it. Mr. Verducci, we're hoping it is long gone.
Oh, it's all gone. That's the official weather forecast.
You just did it. Way to go. As long as you've been covering baseball, and you have to do that.
Yeah. Certainly optimistic thinking. Let's think optimistically.
Third time already for the Pirate leadoff batter, Starling Marte. He has bounced out on a bunt attempt to third. This one pulled foul out of play, and he walked his last time up. Latos knocking on the door of 80 pitches, and we are just underway here in the fourth inning. Brought up earlier that the Pirates are the worst hitting team in all of baseball, batting with runners in scoring position. And here through the first 3 innings already today, they have left 7 runners on base. Oh for 5 in those situations thus far today. Of course, you know, you look at runners in scoring position, they're at 227. But as a club, they're batting barely over 240.
Yeah, this is not what I would call a great rally team. Their swing and miss rate second only to the Atlanta Braves, who have tremendous power and take a lot more walks than do the Pirates. It's just not their MO. Their MO is more the long ball than it is stringing hits together.
High fly ball into right center field. There's room at the track for Jay Bruce, and that's out number 1 in the fourth inning. We brought up earlier that Latos had not lost a game the entire year. In fact, he went 21 consecutive starts from August of last season till June the 18th of this season without a single loss. And that's when the Pirates got him, scoring 3 times in 5 innings of work, but the pitch count got up very high for Latos. Reds lost that game to the Pirates 4-0. Latos had a great start his next time out against Arizona, but his last 3 starts have not been Latos-like. 2 quick outs for Latos here in the fourth.
And you see the pitch count there at 80. We talked about this at the top with Matt Latos. You know, the next hurdle for him as an effective starting pitcher, pitch deep in the game and keep your stuff deep into games. Through 75 pitches coming into this game, hitters were batting only 226, but that average goes up to 323 when he gets beyond 75.
See the last 3 outings for Latos, including the one where he got knocked around in Atlanta before the All-Star break. 0-1 to Andrew McCutchen, who is singled into right and struck out, stranding 2, ending the second inning. Reds have done a very, very good job quieting McCutchen in their head-to-head meeting so far this year. He has only been a .250 batter against Cincinnati, and in 44 at-bats he has struck out 10 times. This one into left center field, and at least a good job until now. On a 2-1 pitch, he finds a first row in left center. And all of a sudden, it's down to a 1-run game. So McCutchen says, take that.
Well, I talked earlier about how quick his swing is. He just destroys fastballs. And this one up in the zone, very similar to last night. He gets on top of this pitch and drives it out to left center. The guy came into the game hitting .370 in July. And he looks like he is heating up where this pitch is. Middle, he knows it right away.
Oh, and 1 now to Alvarez, and here comes a pitch from Latos and a strike 2. Of course, Latos had worn out McCutchen that last at bat on the fastball, but McCutchen was ready that time. Every Pirate run scored in the first 2 games of this series, except for the error, with 2 outs back in that second inning, has come via the long ball. 5 of their 6 runs on solo home runs. Look at Brandon Phillips. Is there anybody better in the game at second base than Brandon Phillips? Apparently the managers in the National League and the coaches thought Darwin Barney was better, at least last year. For 3.5 innings. A.J. Burnett coming off an inning where he fanned the side.
Here you look at the strikeout rates per 9 innings in the National League. A.J. Burnett basically at 10 per 9 innings, right behind Matt Harvey. For the last 6 batters, he's gone 0-2 to start out.
And strike 1 to Zach Cozart, ladder third in the Cincinnati batting order here in the 4th inning. McCutchen a home run to bring the Pirates within a run in the top half of this fourth. 1-1 to Kozite. Red shortstop, a sac fly run batted into center field with the bases loaded in the 4-run first inning against A.J. Burnett.
And these days, Tom, it's very unusual to see a veteran pitcher out there with the kind of strikeout stuff that Burnett has. Think about this, in the National League at 36 years old. You've got Bronson Arroyo, Tim Hudson, and A.J. Burnett. The only three 36-plus pitchers taking regular turns in the National League. And obviously, Burnett is a guy with strikeout stuff. Bronson Arroyo, you see right there. We talked about his durability with Mike Leake. Relies more on pitching contact.
Down the left field line towards the corner, and that is a fair ball off the bat of Cozart, and he will begin the Cincinnati fourth with a two-base hit.
Nice swing on a fastball up from Burnett here. The ball hooks, but not enough to go foul. Wow. Looked like it just got the last piece of chalk on the line right there. Watch this ball right down the line. And if you're an umpire, you're looking for some white to pop up there. You know, this is a call, Tom, to me that next year I think replay will be involved with.
You do?
I do. Joe Torre, baseball vice president of operations, did say he expects there will be some expansion of replay next season, and I think that's the next logical step. I think you'll see balls down the line, not just home run balls, but a ball just like that, be able to be reviewed and perhaps as well trap balls in the outfield.
Oh, and one on Devin Mesoraco.
And you know, Tom, I'm all for that as long as we get it done quickly. And we need a better system where umpires don't have to leave the field. Now, you make a call in real time there. You know, that's maybe why you need a second look where you can slow it down in high definition. Why not, right? If it's there and you can get someone in the booth to review this as quickly as possible, why not?
Jim Reynolds, a third base umpire, right on it. 0-2 on Mesoraco, batting after a leadoff double from Kozite. Breaking ball away. Mesoraco hit that little bloop double down the right field line to drive in a run in the first inning. This one up the middle. Barmes gets to his feet and throws out Mesoraco. Good play by Barmes, a Pittsburgh shortstop. Advancing on to third is Kozart.
Yeah, very good play by Barmes, showing good range to the left, and good read by Zach Kozart. Ball hit behind him, take off for third. Nice job by Mesoraco moving the runner up. He pulled the ball, but towards the middle of the field to move the runner over to third.
Granted, we're only in the bottom of the fourth inning, but this could be a very, very important at bat right here for both teams. Infield in. Latos struck out swinging his first time up against A.J. Burnett. Breaking ball for strike one. Now, Latos has not been an especially good bunter so far this year. Only a pair of sacrifices. If you're thinking about a squeeze. Waves through that breaking ball. Back-to-back curveballs from Burnett. You may remember back in that only at bat for Latos today, he had a couple of very good swings on foul balls against a Burnett fastball.
Yeah, I think right here, Dusty Baker wants to make sure that Chu gets an at bat here. I don't think you take the risk, obviously, with two strikes on the squeeze because of pitches like that from Burnett.
3 straight breaking balls, and that's a strikeout of Latos. The infield backs up, and Chu will bat with 2 away in the inning.
That's a perfectly executed pitch there with confidence in the catcher. Again, with 2 strikes, he's going to bury that curveball in the dirt. Russell Martin doing a great job once again with a runner on third base to keep it in front. Now let's see if Chu swings first pitch right here. Burnett has pumped in first pitch strikes on 9 consecutive batters.
First pitch strike, but a breaking ball.
It's a good take. Talk about jumping on a first pitch. Normally you're sitting on fastball. You see a little wrinkle to it, you're better off taking it. Even that one middle of the plate, get me over curveball. 10 straight first pitch strikes.
The Reds have been a dismal hitting team with runners in scoring position and 2 outs this year. Chu and Brandon Phillips would virtually be the lone 2 exceptions, and that's one area for Cincinnati that they need to get better in a hurry if they are going to win another divisional championship or just get into the playoffs. They have left more runners on base than any team in the National League. And especially a couple of the big guys. I mean, Chu's been good, Phillips has been good, but with 2 outs and runners in scoring position as a team, you saw 196. Votto is batting 125. Bruce is batting 185. Those are 2 guys right in the middle of your lineup. And Burnett will get out of trouble after a leadoff double. A runner stranded at third. We played 4. Reds 4, Pirates 3. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Division rivals, 2 of the top teams in all the National League. Pirates have a second best record behind the team they're chasing in this Central Division, the St. Louis Cardinals. Atlanta slotted in between what would be the Pirates and the Reds for the 3rd best record in the National League. You know, the other team might have something to say who wins this division, because the Pirates, the Reds, and the Cardinals have a ton of games left this year against the Cubs. A team that all of a sudden over the last month and a half is 4 games over the 500 mark.
Playing much better baseball, playing very good defense. They can throw some pitching at you.
Question is, though, Tom, how many of those guys that are helping them win some games right now, how many of them will be around by the time some of these other Central Division contenders play the Cubs?
Well, you're right. Specifically, Matt Garza, the outstanding pitcher for the Cubs. He probably won't be around for a matter of days.
So Latos climbs the hill, takes a ball here in the 5th inning. That's his 90th pitch of the game. He was handed a 4-0 lead at the end of an inning. Pirates got 2 in the 2nd inning. Left the bases loaded in the 3rd. Latos retired the first 2 in the 4th before giving up a home run to McCutchen. And now here he is in the 5th with a 1-run lead.
He's been good all year with runners on base. Despite those home runs, he's allowed only 2 home runs with runners on base this year. And in this ballpark, that's saying something.
Martin 0 for 2 is fly to center and fouled out to the catcher. What a pickup. How in the world did Votto get to that ball? Wow. That is one fine play.
You know, we talk about aggressiveness with hitters. That's an aggressive play as a defender. Going after that and taking the short hop rather than an in-between hop. And Matt Latos getting over there in time for the easy 3-1. At least the end of the play was the easy part.
Of course, Votto has won a Gold Glove in his career already. Phillips, multiple Gold Gloves, and those were the starters for the National League All-Star team. Votto in the no-hitter thrown by Homer Bailey. They remember made the great heads-up play. And how about this against Matt Carpenter behind the back? Maybe he learned that from Phillips.
Or Dwayne Wade. That was pretty sweet.
Routine for Brandon Phillips. 2 out. Garrett Jones retired for the first time today. Let's go around Great American Ballpark. Take a look at the Fox Sports 1 fan cam. Fans excited about America's new sports network. Fox Sports 1 coming August the 17th. Of course, Tom, you and I were talking before the game. Fox Sports 1 getting started right around the time that college football and the NFL get underway. And you know, as a Penn State alum, and I know as a fellow who grew up here in the Buckeye State, well, you start getting around football season, and there are going to be a lot of people dialed into Fox Sports 1.
It seems to come earlier and earlier, doesn't it? People can't wait for it. You know, Tom, and watching Votto make that play, I think we're looking at 2 of the best defensive teams in the league. One stat that I really like is called defensive efficiency. And that's a measurement of how often you take a ball that's put into play and turn it into an out. In this case, the Pirates are number 1 in the league. The Reds are number 2. Now, I think that's one of the reasons why the Pirates have stepped up and been, I think, a strong contender, not just now, but for the second half of the season, because the pitching and the defense are there. I'll go back to when the Tampa Bay Rays turned things around in 2008. They did it by improving their defense. Directly related to pitching. The Pirates are doing that right now.
That's a mighty impressive inning for Latos. A 10-pitch inning, retires the side in order. Got a good defensive play from Votto. Cincinnati leads by a run. New 2014 Chevy Silverado. Cincinnati here at home trying to make it back-to-back wins against their division rivals, a team directly above them inside the Central Division standings. St. Louis will play later tonight, winning its first game after the All-Star break convincingly against San Diego. But all three of those teams will get together frequently over this back half, back-loaded, if you will, schedule inside the NL Central. Reds and the Pirates, 9 games to play against one another, beginning with this series after the break. Cincinnati and St. Louis, 10 games to play against one another. And then the Pirates and the Cardinals, double-digit meetings after the All-Star break. Pirates and Cardinals have only played 5 times so far this year. Chris Heisey, a one-hopper down to third, and that's the way we begin the bottom of the 5th.
Boy, now this game is really taken on. We talked about the lack of a shape to this game. Now the starting pitchers have really asserted themselves. Matt Lato's working through a quick 10-pitch inning his last time out. The bullpen getting ready behind him. J.J. Hoover's up in Dusty Baker's bullpen. And A.J. Burnett is just pumping in strikes right now.
Only 18 pitches have been out of the strike zone for Burnett. That one off the body of Burnett and then off the glove of Barmes, and he has no throw. I don't know if that got Burnett or whether it got a piece of the mound going by Burnett.
Brandon Phillips is a guy you saw Votto jump at that first pitch there with this pattern Burnett has established, even though it was a breaking ball. Votto with the base hit first pitch. Brandon Phillips very rarely will swing at a first pitch. He'll give you strike one. He's such a good 2-strike hitter. He doesn't mind being behind on the count.
Breaking ball down and in. Ball 1 to Phillips. Phillips, a run-scoring single to right field, later scored himself in the 4-run first inning. And then Burnett struck him out in the 3rd. Pitch to hit right there, and he fouls it straight back to the screen. Alan James Burnett. Remember, he threw that no-hitter against San Diego. Boy, that's been a long time ago now. A couple of pretty good ones there. You saw Doc Gooden at the All-Star game. Of course, Nolan Ryan we see frequently.
Also saw Doc Gooden at 19 and 20 years old.
Base hit into center field by Phillips.
Just to complete the thought, what Dwight Gooden was, and I think still is, the most phenomenal young pitcher in baseball history. You can give me Bob Feller, Herb Score, and anybody else. How about this with A.J. Burnett? This is opening day. He goes to the rosin bag and it explodes on him. Right away he looks into his dugout. Yeah, what's going on, guys? Now July 7th in Chicago. He's just back from the DL. And are you kidding me? That's twice, he says. Now you tell me, Tom. Coincidence? Or are there some teammates behind the exploding rosin bag?
Well, all I can tell you is I am a huge fan of sophomoric behavior and always have been. And if his teammates have pulled that stunt on him twice so far this year, that's just about as good as it gets. that you can do to a player on a field during a game. Now, you and I were speculating that if it is someone on his team, today would be the day. There's no way that's going to happen. Too important of a game.
No, you see that one held in place there. Too important a game. You lose the game last night. Divisional rival on the road. You got to wonder, though, twice in 1 year and once on the road in Chicago.
Yep. Find it hard to believe.
But you're
the same guy.
I've never seen it happen
That's
once.
a coincidence.
So you're a big fan of that.
I mean, come on. How can you not love it? Come on.
It's great.
How can you not love that?
I was going to say, your idea of high art is probably, what, Three Stooges?
Without a doubt.
Doesn't get any better.
I am not a complicated man.
Marx Brothers.
Well, I don't know about that, but Three Stooges, All in the Family, whatever. 1-1 to count. And boy, Burnett just keeps flipping that up there to Jay Bruce, and he's getting the same result time after time. He struck him out twice in the game already.
Throw it once again, huh? A back foot curveball. And by the way, Tom, I did speak with a bunch of Pirates trying to get to the bottom of the exploding rosin bag. No one was fessing up, so it remains a mystery.
As it should be. There's another breaking ball coming to Bruce. Tapper to the right side. They get one. And safe is a call at first base. 2 outs in the inning. They're on the corners.
Ball just wasn't hit hard enough, but the Pirates do everything right here as quickly as possible. The quick flip. Nice transfer by Barmes. Bruce barely beats this play at first base.
And it is a good call.
Rich Phillips throwing his hands up there, trying to distract Barmes. Actually gets a piece of him right there, going in hard at second base. It's a perfectly legal slide as Phillips was able to touch the base. As long as you can reach out with that arm there and don't go any farther outside the net. Just the momentum of the slide took him into the fielder.
Genmar Gomez, who gave the Pirates some very good starts when they had 4 of their 5 members of the rotation on the DL earlier this season, begins to get loose in their bullpen. 0-1 to Jack Hanahan, who's been hit by a pitch and struck out.
Yeah, huge at bat in this game, obviously. 2 outs. And I got to believe, Tom, that's that curveball he threw right there to Hanahan. That's the pitch that's going to get him out. That's his get out of trouble card. We'll go back to it right here.
A 1-run Cincinnati lead. And what a play by Martin. Saving a run for sure. And at the very minimum, preventing another runner from getting into scoring position.
That's at least 3 times we've seen Martin do this. And again, when Burnett's up on the count and throws that curveball, it's going to be in the dirt. Designed to be down there, and so much confidence in Martin. I always believe that you should really keep a stat for catchers on runs saved on those type of pitchers, because that obviously saves a run right there. Again, this is his get out of trouble card, going back to the breaking ball.
Point to think, time after time today, he has not hung that thing. It's just not happened. Of course, that's the one danger of relying so much on the breaking ball, is that pure physics would tell you sooner or later you're due to hang one.
Yeah, for him, I regard it as a fastball to A.J. Burnett. We talked about this at the top. He throws a higher percentage of curveballs than any pitcher in the big leagues. He's got a tremendous feel for it.
Came with a fastball that time. 3-1 to count on Hanahan. Votto with a hit in the inning. Phillips a hit in the inning. Phillips wiped off base on the fielder's choice ground out by Bruce. A 4-3 Reds lead. Batting in only the bottom of the 5th inning after nearly an hour-and-a-half rain delay in the first.
Shook off the curveball to the 2-seamer inside.
And he beat Hanahan with 93.
Well located, the fastball designed to start off the plate and run back over on the inside corner. Good execution by Burnett. Still got to believe he goes back to that breaking ball here on the full count.
Little roller down to first, and this will end the inning. So Burnett able to strand two. We go to the sixth in a one-run game. For the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. And by Firestone, reminding you that whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Spectacular new park. Bars, restaurants along the banks. Just erected over the last 3 years here in downtown Cincinnati. And Matt Latos, I don't know if you'd say it's surprising that he's lifted after 5 innings. A lot of pitches today, but he's gone. And on in relief to rookie right-hander J.J. Hoover. Reds with a 4-3 lead over the Pirates. It'll be Barmes, the pitcher spot. We'll see what Clint Hurdle elects to do here in the 6th inning with A.J. Burnett. And he now has made his way out into the on-deck circle. 1-1 to Barmes.
This may be a case where if Barmes gets on, Burnett can stay in to bunt. If he doesn't, perhaps you go to a hitter, but maybe slightly surprising to see Latos out of the game the way he cruised through that last inning, but I got to believe that rain delay had something that factored in. 77-minute rain delay.
Cozart leaps into the air to take away a base hit. He made a spectacular play as well here in the game last night, starting a big double play. And how about this?
Well, this is all about timing here, and he does a great job timing this leap. When you take a big swing and the ball's not hit all that hard, it's very easy to get up too early. You see him almost set himself to make sure he didn't get up too early and catches it at the top of his leap.
Boy, we've seen Votto make a dandy here today, Phillips, and now Cozart. Burnett will bat. He's put down a sacrifice today, and he's also struck out with the bases loaded. much has been made, and rightfully so. They have been the best bullpen in all of Major League Baseball this year, talking about the Pirates and all the great stories down there. Melanson a bounce back here, and of course the unbelievable plight of Jason Grilly, their closer, the cover boy of Sports Illustrated, of course, this week. This Reds bullpen has been a story in and of itself. We mentioned earlier they've been without Jonathan Broxton, their setup man. They've been without their left-handed setup man and Sean Marshall, two of the very best at their jobs in all of Major League Baseball. That means everybody has had to pitch in roles in that bullpen down there that they've never pitched in before in the big leagues. And it has been an absolutely remarkable run over the last 2.5 weeks. Their ERA in the last 41 innings is 0.88. including a stretch that included a modern franchise record bullpen scoreless streak of 10 games spanning over 32 innings without allowing a run. And you're talking about guys that either were on the team in the Red system, guys that were cast-offs from other organizations. And the pitching coach right there, Brian Price, has to have a lot to do with that. He is considered among the very, very best in all of baseball and has been for a long time.
Does a terrific job keeping his guys healthy. And watch the bat go here. Bottom of your screen, Jose Tabata is standing on the stairs there in the Pirates dugout, and that bat's headed right towards him. He gets knocked backward. And we saw in this park last year. Looks like he's okay. Where Jeremy Affeldt was standing there for the Giants in a playoff game, got hit by a foul ball, went down the steps and hurt his wrist. So even though all these major league ballparks have the netting up in front of the dugouts, still got some spots where the stairwells are dangerous.
Gone swinging Burnett in an 8-pitch at bat. 2 out. Take a look at the Fox Sports 1 pitching comparison presented by Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, coming August the 17th. Latos allows half the number of hits. Big part of it for Latos, though, the walks.
And once again, we've seen one of his main strengths this year has been pitching well with runners on base. And I think he did that again today. Burnett with no walks to go with those 7 strikeouts. Marte showing bunt. That's the 3rd time he actually got one down early in the game, and a nice play by Hanahan to throw him out. Doesn't matter if you're playing up on the grass at third base, he'll still put it down. 6 bunt hits this year.
One and one to Marte. A 1-run game here in the 6th inning. Marte homered his 10th of the year here last night. Now off in amongst the fans, first base side, 1-2. Lights naturally have been turned on. A little after 7:30 Eastern time. Been a long day for the folks who came out here for this 4:05 first pitch, and we're only in the 6th inning. Blew him away on a fastball up and in. So Hoover works a perfect 6th inning. Reds still lead by a run.
There's a drive in deep to right, way back, way back. It is a tie ball game. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Into the dirt. Here comes the winning run. The Reds win the pennant. Cincinnati. The action was equally heated.
Of course, these are two of the most historic franchises in all the Major League Baseball history. And man, have they had some unbelievable battles, especially there during that decade of the 1970s. Johnny Bench hitting that home run to tie the game in the 9th inning. 1972. The Reds would go on to lose that World Series to the Oakland Athletics. Johnny Bench, Baseball Hall of Famer. But in 75 and 76, Bench would have the last laugh. Of course, 3 years later, Willie Stargell and the We Are Family Pirates would say the same thing.
Came from down 3-1 to beat Baltimore in 79. The rivalry looks like it's back. Reds and Pirates, shades of the 1970s.
So A.J. Burnett's ready to go here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Zach Kozart to lead things off. Looks at a strike. Kozart, a sac fly RBI in the 1st inning and a double down the left field line in the 4th. Reds have gotten very little production over the course of this year from right-handed batters in their lineup outside of course, Brandon Phillips. But they've been pretty good today against Burnett. Now, not a lot of hard-hit balls, make no mistake about that. But their right-handers have 5 of their 8 base hits.
Done a very nice job against a guy who, coming into this game, right-handers were hitting 179 against A.J. Burnett. You know, Tom, we talked about and speculated about the possibility of Clint Hurdle hitting for A.J. Burnett there last inning with nobody on base and 1 out, but clearly the game is in his hands. Entered this inning, just 83 pitches. Ever since really the 2nd inning, it seems like he has just locked down, become a strike-throwing machine.
You can go through every team in Major League Baseball and talk about things that must change over the second half of the year for a team to do X, Y, Z. I don't think there's any denying the fact that for these Pirates, as great as their bullpen has been so far this year, they are going to have to put less wear and tear on it over the back half of this final 2.5 months of the season, after a lot of wear and tear on it the first 100+ games. Their starters are only averaging a little better than 5 innings per outing. And when you stack up the Pirates against the Reds and the Cardinals, their bullpen has thrown anywhere from 70 to 80 more innings than both of those other contenders.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think it's a sustainable model. The Pirate bullpen, you mentioned, as good as they've been, and they've been great, they've thrown more innings than any team in the league. That's bound to catch up with you. We saw last night Francisco Liriano with a rare poor start. Didn't make it out of the 5th inning. Could be another reason why Burnett's still in the game, to give some length here. But I agree with you. Length out of the starting pitchers will be an important part of the Pirates in the second half.
Kozart bangs one into center field. So he leads off an inning for the 2nd time today with a base hit.
This is a great job by Kozart, because this is a fastball down in the zone. Watch him drop down, watch the back leg get down and head down to the ball. Doesn't try to pick up that low pitch. Instead, he gets down to it and stays on this ball. Watch his head here get down to the baseball. Excellent job by Zach Kozart.
Now Devin Mesoraco will bat. Pitcher spot due up next. And already Cesar Izturis is standing in the on-deck circle. The Reds have some guys that are nicked up and down this roster. Of course, a lot of teams do, but a couple of key weapons off their bench. Derek Robinson, a reserve outfielder, along with Xavier Paul, their most dangerous hitter off the bench. In fact, he's gotten a lot of starts out in left field this year. Both of them have been battling through some shoulder injuries that occurred just before the All-Star break.
Pedro Alvarez just took a look in the dugout and asked if they wanted to play up here, maybe perhaps to defend the bunt. Mesoraco took a long look down there.
Liner right at short. Cozart back safely. Hard hit ball. 1 out.
That's baseball, huh? Watch this line drive. Hit right on the button for a guy who early in the game got a 2-base hit on a ball off the end of the bat. That blooped in about 110, 120 feet down the right field line. Watch Barnes get his feet in position to throw that ball to first base before he caught the baseball. Nice job. Really hard to double up on the left side of the infield on line drives, but gave it a good chance.
Now is Torres. Very, very limited playing time, and this is his first year with Cincinnati. He's put together a good career. Been around a long time as his Torres. Clearly on the back end of it. Best season came in a Dodger uniform when he won a Gold Glove. And there's a base hit into right field that will advance Cozart 90 feet. So now you're going back to the top of the order. If you're Clint Hurdle, are you asking yourself now, signs beginning to creep up on A.J. Burnett? He has allowed 3 rockets in this inning. One of them resulting in a line drive out. And now he faces Shin-Soo Choo for the second time in a game, who already has a couple of base hits.
Well, maybe time to go back to that curveball as well, because those balls hit hard were off the fastballs of A.J. Burnett. And how good is that curveball of A.J. Burnett? Well, coming into this game, batters were hitting 147 against that curveball, and he had thrown 521 curveballs and given up 1 home run on a curveball.
Gomez up again and ready in the bullpen if they need it. While we have a moment, Fox Sports is proud to partner with Johns Hopkins Medicine, one of this year's Fox Sports supports charities, at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like MS and lupus. Join us in the fight against autoimmune diseases. Donate now by visiting hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox. Our Ken Rosenthal able to visit Johns Hopkins a couple of weeks ago. They will stay with Burnett. This is a big, big batter in this game right here and right now as they stay with the veteran A.J. Burnett. Chu a double to left center. Has an infield hit. And Burnett got him to roll over one of the second baseman for the final out in the 4th inning. Burnett has been down this road so many times during his major league career, and trying once again to get out of another jam. Chu red hot of late, added to his hitting streak, which now stands at 14 consecutive games with a double his first time up. Good pitch there. Pitcher strike on the inside corner to get ahead 1-2.
Great comeback 2-seam fastball right here. Chu gives up on it thinking it's inside, comes back and catches the plate.
Cincinnati, like the Pirates, a very poor hitting team with runners in scoring position. Today 3 out of 11. And a breaking ball down low. You saw the career numbers for Chu against Burnett. They're not very good, although he does have 2 hits today in 3 at-bats.
Started the game, that first inning, with a double to left center on a fastball similar to the one he took. Got a little bit more of the plate. Guy who likes to use the middle of the field. Two on, 1 out. 2-2 pitch coming to Chu.
Came back with that fastball in the inside corner to get him looking. 2 out in the inning. Big pitch.
You mentioned it, Tom. Veteran guy has been in this position before. Executed throughout this at bat. Started with a fastball, 2-seamer, ran off the outside corner. Came back with the breaking ball to show him in the dirt. Even count here. Gets back in position at the count on that 2-seamer. Misses with the curveball. And now back to that comeback 2-seamer. With the second strike and the third strike perfectly executed.
Well, Burnett in his career has had his way with Chu. Same thing for Heisey, who has a bunt hit, has scored a run in 3 at-bats today. Heisey in his career only 3 out of 16 against Burnett. Ball 1. At bats like this is why the Pirates have played as well as they have played so far this year. Of course, a layered effect, meaning they keep it at a 1-run game if Burnett gets out of the inning. They have 24 come from behind wins, and most of them have been in low-scoring games like we have today.
Well, it just keeps getting more difficult here. This has been a stressful inning. The 100th pitch of the day, a long day coming up for A.J. Burnett, and behind on the count.
2-0 on Chris Heisey. 3-0. And you're a pitch away from walking Chris Heisey to potentially face Joey Votto.
Yeah, and the first pitch and the last pitch of this at bat, really the first couple of times I've seen Burnett kind of get outside of his delivery. Didn't have the same kind of balance. See him now get off the rubber a little bit, take his time. He knows he's got to find his way back into this count and avoid Votto. This is the out he wants to get.
Three 3-0 on Chris Heisey. 2 on, 2 out. In their strike. Pirates have 2 dynamite left-handers in their bullpen. Justin Wilson and Tony Watson. But here in the 6th inning, neither one of them getting loose. With Votto on deck. Gomez is ready if they need him. Heisey looks at a fastball for strike 2.
Yeah, I think that was a good take by Heisey. This is a pitcher's pitch right here at 3-1. Right at the knees. Well executed pitch. Worked his way back into an even count here at 3-2.
Runners will get started. That's Cozart at second, is Turris at first. And a payoff pitch, Burnett to Chris Heisey. Foul back. You know, we mentioned it's one of the reasons the Pirates are where they are. And bats like this, one of the primary reasons. The Reds have won 2 of the last 3 Central Division titles. Tacking on runs when they have a lead. They have not done it as frequently this year with their 2-out woes, batting with runners in scoring position. They're loaded for Votto. And now again the question to Clint Hurdle. Do you ride the veteran Burnett for one more at bat?
Well, it was interesting to see Burnett stay with the fastball throughout that at bat. And again, those were 3 pitches. 3 of the balls in that at bat were balls as soon as they left his hand. He has not thrown many during the course of this game, but he threw 3 in that one at bat.
It's the first walk of the game for A.J. Burnett. Now Votto brought up his numbers with runners in scoring position this year and 2 outs. Only 3 hits and 24 at bats. But of course, that has been the exception rather than the rule in the career of Votto. Ball one. Two and 0.
Again, all fastballs that we've seen the last two at bats from A.J. Burnett, and the command has been slipping.
And bats in moments like this is what baseball really makes it such a great game. Hurdle staying with a guy who has certainly helped turn this entire franchise around. He's battled today. His manager staying with him in an inning where he's allowed some hard hit balls. He got a big strikeout at Chu, then follows out with a walk. And now he's fallen behind 3-0 to one of the game's great hitters.
And I think he is the only pitcher on Clint Hurdle's staff who would get this at bat because of what you just said, Tom. Staff leader.
Three and one. Pitch of the game perhaps coming up here. Granted, we're only in the bottom of the sixth inning. Long way to go. Anything can happen. But Votto with a chance to make it very, very tough on this Pirate offense if he finds a gap on a 3-1 pitch here. Burnett walks in a run and his day is over.
Well, certainly the length of the day, the number of pitches thrown, the fatigue caught up with A.J. Burnett. Stayed all fastballs to Heisey and Votto and wound up walking both.
So Burnett will leave in the sixth inning. Trailing 5-3. Reds still have them loaded, and Brandon Phillips coming up. Chicago, Brandon Phillips hit the 5th grand slam of his career. Knocked in 6 runs in that game, did Phillips, a career high. But by doing so, he passed the Hall of Famer, the great Joe Morgan, for career RBIs for a Reds second baseman. Look at these numbers for Brandon Phillips with the bases loaded this year. Mercy, mercy me. 9 of 11, including a 3-run double last night. And Genmar Gomez on from the bullpen, replacing Burnett, delivers a fastball, strike 1.
21 RBIs in that 9 for 11. And once again, giving the pitcher first pitch strike. Doesn't mind hitting behind in the count.
There's Turris, Heisey, and Votto Boyd. Pulled a string on him there. A good pitch by Gomez, who's having a real good year. This guy has been an extremely valuable part of this Pirates staff as both a reliever and a starter.
Let's see if he goes back to that breaking ball, moves it farther off the plate.
He's gone swinging, and that'll end the inning. Gomez strikes out Phillips on 3 pitches. But the Reds get a bases loaded walk against Burnett and lead by 2. He gave up 4 of the 5 runs. Reds got 5 innings out of Matt Latos, a perfect 6 out of J.J. Hoover, and now will hand the ball to certainly one of the more underrated relievers in all of Major League Baseball the last couple of years, and that would be Sam LeCure. He'll face Tabata, McCutchen, Alvarez. Pirates only have 4 hits in the game, but they took advantage of 4 walks given up by Latos. A rare throwing error by the shortstop Cozart allowed a run to score, an unearned run. Latos gave up a pair of solo home runs around that error.
And you just saw LeCure there shake off 3 times before that pitch. He's the rare relief pitcher who comes into a game with starting pitcher's stuff. 5 different pitches that he can use out there. 4-seamer, 2-seamer, slider, curveball, and a split once in a while. Once again, shaking off signs to get to what he wants.
Breaking ball, and Tabata started to go. They appeal. He did not go. Pirates left 7 runners on base in the first 3 innings of this game.
It's a good call on the no swing right there.
Two and one account on Tabata. And a bouncer down to Hanahan on a short hop. 1 out. We talked about Pittsburgh and areas for both of these teams that need to get better. McCutchen just keep doing what he's doing. This home run back in the 4th inning. But that is their only base runner, their only hit since the 3rd. And here we are in the 7th.
And for McCutchen, more of the same in terms of these home runs. You see it right there, solo home run. His first home run of the year was a 2-run home run. 11 straight have been with nobody on base.
Right-hander Alfredo Simon, the left-hander. Manny Parra getting loose in the bullpen. And those two guys right there, really in a nutshell, a microcosm of this extraordinary story of this Cincinnati bullpen. And again, not taking anything away from the other side, the Pirates have had the bullpen #1 ranked all year long. It was Cincinnati that had the #1 bullpen in Major League Baseball in 2012. As there's a 3rd hit of the game by McCutchen. And this one will go to the wall, and this could be 3 bases for McCutchen. He's making a turn, and he will fall down in between 2nd and 3rd. Votto is covering the bag. They throw to 3rd, and he's in a rundown. And that's just bad luck for McCutchen and the Pirates. Wow. He lost his footing in between the 2nd and 3rd base bags, and it cost him a 3-base hit.
Well, there may be nothing more pretty to watch than Andrew McCutchen run out a triple. In this case, until he got halfway between 2nd and 3rd. When that ball sticks to the wall and doesn't bounce back, that's when he made the decision to keep running. But see, his feet just get crossed running there. Just kind of blew a tire on the way to 3rd base. That was going to be an easy triple for McCutchen. If that ball bounces directly back to Bruce, he may stop at 2nd base, but once it stuck to the wall and didn't bounce back, that's a 3-base hit. You mentioned that's a bad break for the Pirates. Really the 2nd major one. The other, a ground rule double that would have scored Garrett Jones from 1st base. Kept him at 3rd.
And without sitting in their living room, you know what every Pirate fan right now is thinking about. And it's only natural. It's like the old Black Cat thing with the Cubs at Shea Stadium in New York. Here you are having a great year. First game after the break. You get beat last night in the first game. Here today. Couple of things all of a sudden that you never see happen. And some of them, not many of them, but I'm sure there are some of them that are going, not this, not now.
Well, that's one of the reasons, Tom, I talked about this being an important series. The first one out of the break. You want to start fresh, make sure that this 2nd half is different than 2012 and 2011 for Pittsburgh. Remember, they're 5-8 this month coming into this series, or into this game today. So for a team, until you've gotten over that hump, you think you know what the other side of the mountain looks like, but you really don't until you get there.
Alvarez pops it up into short left field, and that's all for the Pirates in a 7th. Oh, what can you do if you're Andrew McCutchen? ATCINBaseball.com. Bottom of the 7th inning we go. Genmar Gomez came on to fan Brandon Phillips with the bases loaded, ending the 6th inning in relief of A.J. Burnett, and so he will start things cleanly here in the 7th, facing Bruce, Hanahan, and Kozar. Cincinnati won last night's game by a final count of 5-3, and that's the Reds' lead here today. Dusty Baker, like so many managers of so many teams, but very few of them with good records, battering through so many major injuries on his club. Pirates have been down this road this year. The Cardinals have certainly been down this road this year, yet all three of these teams in the NL Central have continued to play at an extremely high level.
We had a look there at the defense on Jay Bruce. Obviously, the infield pulled all the way over, 3 infielders on the right side of second base. You can't even see Starling Marte over there in left field because he's actually playing him like a right-handed pull hitter. And that will tell you that Jay Bruce, even though he doesn't hit ground balls to the left side, he will hit fly balls to the left side and toward the line. Huge gap between Marte and McCutchen in center field.
One and two to Jay Bruce. San Diego has jumped in front of St. Louis. Those two teams playing at Busch Stadium. 2-0 Padres in a 3rd inning. And you know both dugouts are peeking out there every now and again.
They might not admit it this time of year, but of course they all do.
And Bruce has struck out for the 3rd time in 4 at-bats today. Take a look at our Fox Sports 1 game summary presented by Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network, coming August 17th. Had a rain delay after a half inning of nearly an hour and a half. When we came back, the Reds scored 4 runs in that bottom of the 1st inning. Look what the Winds did to Doug Gallant and his grounds crew. They got the job done, though.
A little entertainment for the guys in the dugout.
Hard work, man. In every ballpark in baseball, those are some of the hardest working guys in and around any sport. Our baseball grounds crews.
No doubt. And those tarps on a good day are extremely heavy. Tough to hang on to, but in the winds we saw earlier, not fun for them.
1-2 on Hanahan.
Boy, you can see the stuff that Gomez brings to the mound. You mentioned it. He's been a valuable guy for Clint Hurdle and the Pirates in the rotation and the bullpen. Already seen the good slider. You saw that nice changeup right there running away from the left-handed hitter. Went back to it and missed. Tall guy who creates good angles, good overhand motion. Gets over that front leg and has a good downward action on all of his pitches. He went 3 times in a row to the changeup. Now it's time to go back to old number 1.
Ball 4. Next Saturday, the UFC returns to Fox. Flyweight champion Demetrius Johnson puts his title on the line. Top can do. John Moraga highlighting a full night of fights. Johnson Moraga for the World Flyweight Championship. Fox UFC Saturday live and free. Nothing wrong with that. Beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time next week. Been a very good day for Zach Kozart. Sack fly RBI in the first inning, a double in the fourth, singled and scored in the sixth.
And again, I think a guy much better suited to hitting lower in the lineup, miscast in that number 2 hole for a long time. The guy really doesn't hit the ball the other way much. It's one reason why he's not quite cut out for a 2-hitter. He also likes to swing the bat. You're not going to see him take a lot of walks. I think pitchers are more apt to come at him. You saw him take a hack at the first pitch he saw right there. He's much more comfortable back half of the lineup.
One and one. Gomez will turn and throw over to first base. I don't think Hanahan's going anywhere. Got the number 8 spot next, then the pitcher spot in LeCure. Talked about his Pirate bullpen. They have just been sensational. In virtually every category so far this year, they've been ranked number 1 in the majors. Their ERA is sparkling 2.6. Their entire pitching staff has been among the best in the majors. The same for both of these two teams. Two of the top pitching teams in all of baseball. But again, we get back to when do the innings, or do the innings, all of the innings, the most among all bullpens in the National League, begin to catch up with his Pirate bunch. Swing and a miss, and that's out number 2 in the inning. Now, Clint Hurdle will tell you, with all the injuries he had in his starting rotation, he will have a fresher rotation, more rested rotation, with a capability of giving him lengthier outings as this season moves forward. So the innings to the bullpen should take care of itself if you buy into that theory.
Well, keep this in mind, too. I thought this was an interesting answer. When we talked to Clint Hurdle about who is available today, he talked about how he does not like to use relief pitchers on back-to-back days. Now, I know a lot of managers who won't use guys a third straight day. Back-to-back, especially with low pitch counts, don't bother a lot of guys. But Clint Hurdle, that's the first thing that he said. He does not like to use pitchers back-to-back. Now, obviously he will, but I think it speaks to the options that he has out there. And when we look at the innings, I think Clint Hurdle will come back and say, you know what, we've spread those innings around enough, and we've managed the workloads on an individual basis well enough so that we will guard against the burnout late in the year.
Well, the only 3 relievers that did not pitch in the game last night after the very short start by Liriano were the man on the mound now, Gomez. And then there are 2 hammers in the bullpen, Melanson and Grilly. Gone swinging is Mesoraco, and an impressive inning. Fanning the side is Gomez. We're on our way to the 8th in a 2-run game. Now it's time for the Just for Men mustache and beard play like a champ profile. Russell Martin, one of 5 catchers in the history of this great game to club 100 or more home runs and mix in a few stolen bases.
Well, we talked about this earlier. Probably the most important player on this Pittsburgh Pirates team. Certainly, if you ask their coaching staff, that's what you get back. Clint Hurdle talked about what he gives this team.
Well, he leads off against Alfredo Simon, the new Cincinnati pitcher. 1 pitch and 1 out. We've been talking about the job that Martin has done for this team since coming on board.
Yeah, and Clint talked about, you talk to your players about toughness and grinding things out, and that's all in the abstract. And then Russell Martin shows up, and they say, okay, now I get it. I can see it. You got to fight to get him out of the lineup. His catcher wants to play every day and brings that blue-collar mentality every day to work. He's actually said, Clint Hurdle told us, he's actually challenged teammates to step it up. The guys are challenged to keep up with Russell Martin in terms of intensity, preparation, work ethic.
Alfredo Simon is 32 years old. Bounced around the Phillies to the Giants to the Rangers to the Dodgers, landing in Baltimore in 2008. Tommy John surgery. Was a closer back in 2010 for Baltimore. Last year, the final day of spring training, the Baltimore Orioles waived Alfredo Simon. All he did for the Reds was pitch in 36 games with an ERA barely over 2.5. Most of the year was under 2. 1 bad outing sent him over 2. And now all of a sudden, with all the injuries in their bullpen, he has become their setup man. And all he's done is pick him up and mow him down as he's done through the first 2 here in the 8th inning.
Well, and Garrett Jones just saw a little bit of the deep arsenal that Alfredo Simon has. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He fouled off that cutter at 91. And right there gets the curveball at 77. It's a lot to protect against late in the game.
Two down now for Mercer, 1 of 3 in the game, doubled back in the 3rd inning. Simon, another guy like you touched on with LeCure. He has been a starter most of his professional career and has a full arsenal to work with.
Yeah, and I like that too. Sometimes it's hard for a relief pitcher to stay sharp with multiple pitches. A lot of the tendency is you get into the bullpen and you get reduced to fastball and breaking ball and become a 2-pitch guy. But both LeCure and Simon, multiple looks and stay able to keep all their pitches sharp.
All strikes of his 7 pitches he has thrown in the inning. That's the first one out of his zone. Simon trying to make it a 1-2-3 inning. Manny Parra ready if need be in the bullpen. Liner into left center field. That'll fall in a hit. Second hit today by Mercer. So the tying run will come to the plate for the Pirates here in the 8th inning. They're going to call back Barmes and send up the left-handed batting Travis Snyder. And one would think that would warrant the left-hander Manny Parra coming in from the Cincinnati bullpen. Got to remember now, Dusty Baker having to manage around a lot more in that bullpen right now than he's used to. He only has one left-hander in front of the closer. Yes, he's left-handed, but he's a closer, Aroldis Chapman. So from time to time, if he had Sean Marshall down there along with Parra, well, it'd be a no-brainer. You'd have a left-hander coming in, but right now he's going to stay with Simon. Ball 1 low.
But he did have Parra up in the bullpen, and it makes me wonder for what spot. You would think this would be it right here. Of course, Clint Hurdle would be able to counter with one of his right-handed hitters. Gabby Sanchez is out on deck. It's a matter of whether you'd want Parra against a right-hander or Simon right here against Snyder, and clearly Dusty Baker wants Simon on the lefty.
1-1 on Travis Snyder. 229 batted, 3 home runs, 22 runs batted in. It's another area where the Pirates have had a tough time. There aren't many of those areas, but this is one of them. And that's getting any production at all off of their bench. Three balls and a strike. June the 2nd. Pirates at home. Simon on the mound. Snyder the batter. Game-ending base hits in the 11th inning. And here they are meeting in the 8th inning with 1 on in a 2-run game. 3 balls and a strike. The count on Snyder. Challenge him with a fastball, and it's in the air down the left field line, out of play. Well, that's saying here it is at 95 from Simon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tom. I thought he'd go to the cutter there in a fastball count, figuring Snyder sitting on fastball to maybe work that pitch off the barrel a little bit, but he beat him at 95 in a fastball count. It's a good sign for Simon right there.
Simon has allowed 4 home runs in 50 innings. And now a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. That ball clobbered into left field, and Heisey will not get it. Up against the wall, this will bring in a run. And Snyder with a run-scoring double has made it a 1-run game with 2 outs in the 8th inning. So Dusty Baker decided he would have the right-hander Simon against the lefty Snyder. Snyder the RBI double, and here comes a right-handed batting Gabby Sanchez to hit for Genmar Gomez.
Stayed with the fastball, tried to run it away from him, but it was up in the zone where Snyder could get the barrel of the bat on it. Mercer running with the pitch with 2 outs and a full count. Will score easily right here. Pirates down 4-0 in this game early. They've come back far enough to have the tying run here at second base in the 8th inning.
Brian Price unquestionably double checking on a couple of things here. One would assume with Simon. Number 1, to make sure they have the right sign with now a runner standing at second base. And number 2, to make sure they know exactly how they want to try and attack the pinch hitter, Gabby Sanchez.
Just 2 at-bats against Simon, 1 hit.
Brought up earlier, these Pirates have 3rd most come from behind wins among all teams in the National League. They tried to rally from 5-0 down last night, got within 2 before losing. Fell behind 4-0, got it to 4-3. Reds added a run in the 6th inning. And now back-to-back hits with 2 outs, bringing the Pirates within a run here in the 8th today. 1-1 to Sanchez. It's only the 5th run surrendered by this Cincinnati bullpen over the last 3 weeks. Mark Melancon ready to come on and pitch in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tying run at second base. Fastball low.
He's gone to that cutter here against Sanchez. Both hits have been off fastballs against Simon.
Logan Andrusik, a right-hander, getting loose in the Reds bullpen. Nothing but right-handed batters coming up now for the Pirates. Two balls and a strike. And a fastball. A little wrinkle in it there. Caught the inside corner to even the count.
He's really featured the cutter throughout this at-bat, staying away from that fastball. See if he tries to expand outside the zone. Start that cutter on the outside corner and see if Sanchez will chase.
They appeal? No.
Well, that was the pitch. It was the cutter outside down. You see the check right there. Reds wanted this call, didn't get it. Does he go back to the cutter one more time? The problem here is now you really want to throw it for a strike, and that's where you can get in trouble, leaving it out over the plate. The last pitch, only 2 balls, you could throw it for a ball.
Ball 4, he tried to run that fastball in the inside corner and didn't get it. Well, now does Dusty Baker leave Simon in to face Marte as we go back to the top of the order. And that was clearly ball 4. Gonna have a pinch runner now come out at second base. Running for Snyder will be a kid who grew up right here in Cincinnati, nearby Princeton High School. Josh Harrison on to run for Snyder. So Simon easily retired Martin and Jones to begin the inning, but has since allowed a single, an RBI double, a walk, and now faces one of the most dangerous hitters in this Pirate lineup in Marte, with 2 on, 2 out, and the Pirates down a run here in the 8th inning.
And how about this? Marte 3 for 5 against Simon.
Started him with a first pitch breaking ball. And he's hit the back.
Well, it's decision time here for Dusty Baker as Mesoraco goes out to talk to Simon. You trust that Simon now will be able to execute pitches with no margin for error at this point. Bases loaded. The answer is no.
And again, you're getting back to something we brought up earlier. When you don't have Broxton, former closer, used to pitching in the 9th inning, now pitching in the 8th inning in front of Chapman here with the Reds. Sean Marshall, his entire career working in the 7th, working in the 8th. But without those guys, you're asking guys to do things they have not done before. Now all of a sudden they're going to give it to Andrusik with the bases loaded in a 1-run game and 2 out. Get a look at the Cincinnati closer, Aroldis Chapman. Dusty Baker said very early on this season he was not going to fall into the habit in the early part of the year or the middle part of the year. Said he might do it late in the year of using Chapman for longer than 3 outings.
He's not there yet here in late July, so Logan Andrusik gets a spot where normally he's not pitching this late into a game, and certainly in this position. 1-run game, bases loaded, 2 outs.
And the batter will be Jose Tabata. Tying run stands at third. That is a pinch runner, Harrison. And there's strike 1 to Tabata. Two-out single in the inning by Mercer. He scored on a pinch hit double by Travis Snyder. Sends in a walk and a hit batter. And the Pirates have them loaded. Tying run at third, lead run at second. A ball and a strike on Tabata.
Tabata with 3 at-bats against Andrusik, 1 base hit.
Andrusik a long look in, getting a sign from Mesoraco. And it's high, 2 balls and a strike. Brought up earlier that outing by that batter by A.J. Burnett facing Votto. And how great it is watching baseball for moments like that. Same thing here, asking guys to do something at the big league level they haven't done before. That's what Dusty Baker is doing with Logan Andrusik. And a ground ball to second, and Andrusik delivers the goods. Pirates get a run. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Reds maintain a 1-run lead. Light Lime Limerita, and introducing new Straw Burrito. And by AT&T, rethink possible. Just beyond the right field wall here at Great American Ballpark in downtown Cincinnati, Ohio. Great to have you with us. We got this game underway at 4:05. Josh Harrison will stay in the game after pinch running a moment ago. He'll play second base, shoving Mercer from second base over to his normal position. That would be shortstop. And now taking over on the mound, one of 5 Pirates named could have had more than that, really, when you look up and down their roster on that All-Star team in Mark Melancon.
How about those numbers? ERA 0.81. For a guy who shared a bullpen with Mariano Rivera in New York, yes, he's got a cutter, and it's a nasty one. Almost all cutters at 93, 94 miles an hour.
Derek Robinson will pinch hit for the pitcher, Andrusic, who did his job coming on with the bases loaded. Robinson trying to bunt his way on and fouls it off out of play. Make no mistake about it, it's been a long day for both of these teams. It has been very much a grinded out sort of day today with a nearly hour-and-a-half rain delay. And these are two teams that are thinking about postseason baseball. And one never knows about where one game like this or one game last night, how that affects where you are, where you might be going, where you might be playing. We mentioned it right now because of the Pirates' better record, that these two teams would have that one-game playoff both as wild card entrants in the postseason, and that game would be played in Pittsburgh. Well, if Cincinnati wins the game they did last night, they win again if they can hang on today. All of a sudden you get within two. A couple of weeks from now, that game might shift gears to right here at Great American Ballpark.
Tom, I think because of the recent history of Pittsburgh in the second half, it's important for them to stay out of any kind of lengthy slide. It's a team that came in 5-8 this month into this game today. I want to put the brakes on any kind of a talk about revisiting 2011 and 2012. And Clint Hurdle, the manager, said multiple times today, you see Melancon there with the strikeout, another cutter, we don't look back here. You know, he's made it a point of emphasis the entire season, not just the second half. But what he does is we're always looking forward to what's in front of us.
Well, you know, Tom, look, can you say it's jumping the gun a little bit? Of course you can say it's jumping the gun a little bit. But you know, you're a fan of the game. I'm a fan of the game. I mean, if the Pirates are my team and I'm sitting there watching in Pittsburgh, I touched on it earlier. You know that's the way people will start to think.
There's no question.
When all of a sudden things that didn't happen in the first half of the season, you begin the second half, and then all of a sudden, you know, play here. McCutchen falling down there. That cost him a run in this game already today.
And, Tom, it's a question that this team is going to have to answer, whether they play well or not well, and that is this year different? Let's face it, 20 years when you haven't had a winning season, especially the last two with the poor second halves, you have to put those questions away and answer them on the field. But in the meantime, you have to answer them in the clubhouse probably more times than you want. It's something that they have to deal with.
Chu, a bouncing ball down to Garrett Jones. He'll wave off Melancon, and the first two retired. Fox Sports 1 is America's 24-hour sports network, coming your way. August the 17th. You know about the news and the highlights, but how about shows, specials that only Fox can bring you? It all begins August the 17th, only on Fox. Well, naturally, Aroldis Chapman cranking it up in the Cincinnati bullpen. He came on to get the save here last night. Allowed a hit, struck out a pair, picking up his 22nd save of the year. Heisey the batter with 2 outs and nobody on. Melancon delivers a strike.
And Tom, there are some games, and I think this is one of them, where a team will invest a lot into it, where the win becomes bigger or the loss hurts a little more. You think about the way the Pirates pushed their ace, A.J. Burnett. Now you see Melancon, one of Clint Hurdle's winning bullpen pieces, out there trailing to keep the game at 1. This is one of those games both teams have a lot invested in.
Well, here we go. Pirates are coming to bat in the 9th. Chapman comes on from the 5th. He'll face McCutchen to start it. Right through the heart of the Pirate order in a 1-run game. Day for Andrew McCutchen. He homered back in the 4th inning. And then this. With 1 out, easily on his way to 3rd. Tripped. And was tagged out in a rundown.
Well, you almost feel like the Pirates had 2 runs taken off the board with that triple there with 1 out, becoming an out. And a ground rule double by Jordy Mercer that would have scored Garrett Jones. Instead left Jones at 3rd base.
So now the flame-throwing Cuban. Left-hander Aroldis Chapman. 22 of 25 in save chances on the year. Mentioned he got the save here last night. He's going to have to earn it tonight. 1-run game and right through 3, 4, and 5 in the Pirate batting order. Gas at 98 to McCutchen. Swing and a miss.
And McCutchen was sitting on it. Look at this swing right here, just getting unhinged. And the ball's by him. Huge at bat right here. Obviously the first at bat of an inning. 1-run game always big, but McCutchen has faced him 4 times as a hit and a walk in 4 plate appearances.
Bouncer down to 3rd. Took a bad hop on Hanahan. And safe as a call at first. Don't know if that bad hop forced Hanahan to have a hard time finding the grip on the ball, but it seemed like it took him a long time to get rid of it.
I think you're absolutely right. The transfer just took a beat too long, and that's all this guy needs. Watch, he's grabbing the ball, now gets set in that hop, and that's just too much. It doesn't seem like a lot, but too much to allow Andrew McCutchen another step.
Well, you saw Hanahan almost triple pump. He went once, then tapped in the glove, and then threw the ball. That'll be stored. A base hit.
Well, he makes a nice stop on this ball because the ball jumps up on him and gets him on his heels. But that crow hop there, that little bit of crow hop, and the ball sails a little bit, cost him the out at first base. Difficult assignment here for Alvarez. 0 for 6 with 4 punch-outs against Chapman.
Now Chapman, albeit a left-hander, does not have a great move over to first base. He is a guy you can run on. But of course you better guess right if you're going to go on first move. And McCutchen, a very, very good base stealer. 21 times successfully, 5 times thrown out. And obviously Chapman going to pay a lot of attention to him. That is a tying run in this game.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me to see McCutchen run at some point during this at bat. A lot of teams, they might wait until 2 outs to steal that bag and play for a base hit, but Chapman's so hard to get hits against. You're better off running early if you're going to run.
Ball 1 to Pedro Alvarez. 24 home runs for the Pirate third baseman. Those are the numbers Tom referred to a moment ago. Only 3 of those 24 home runs have come against left-handed pitching. And it's thrown in the dirt. And now the tying run is standing at second base with nobody out. And that's the old adage where if you don't have a good move, then don't show the other team you don't have a good move.
You're absolutely right. It's the one flaw in Chapman's game. Not just holding runners, but having a decent, reliable pickoff move. Just looks uncomfortable, and he short arms that ball to first base and gives Votto a hop that just can't handle. Just too hard to handle that kind of a bounce. And now Alvarez has got to do whatever he can to hit this ball on the right side of the field.
Swinging a foul ball back on a fastball at 99. It's 1-1, and Devin Mesoraco coming out to visit his left-handed.
Well, I think he has to remind him that he cannot forget about McCutchen. McCutchen 5 for 5 stealing third base. And with Hanahan playing well off the line with left-handed hitter Alvarez at the plate, you just don't assume that McCutchen's going to stay there.
1-1 the count on Alvarez, and Chapman to the plate. Swung on and missed at 101 miles per hour.
That's well located up above the hands of Pedro Alvarez. That's just too big of a swing to catch up to 101. See if Alvarez here changes the swing a little bit and just shortens up.
Bouncing ball, and the runner is bobbled by Cozart, and everybody is safe. And all of a sudden, this very reliant Cincinnati defense has been unable to handle a pair of routine ground balls. McCutchen broke for the third base bag, and perhaps Cozart thinking about that throw before he fielded the ball.
Well, Cozart was thinking about, do I have a play at McCutchen at third? Even if he's not going there, you have to at least think about it. That's not a routine crossover from second to third. And give Alvarez credit. I talked about shortening up. That's exactly what he did. He put his foot down and just dropped the barrel of the bat on that pitch to put it in play. Great adjustment by Alvarez.
Two balls that have not left the infield, and the Pirates have them on the corners with nobody out. And it's ball one to Russell Martin. Pirates got a run in the 8th inning against Alfredo Simon, and they are trying to score against Chapman on an infield hit, a throwing error, and then an error by the shortstop. Latos left this game a long time ago. He is still the pitcher of record in this one, but that very much hangs in the balance with runners on the corners and none out. 1-1 to Martin. Told you this Pirate team, third most come from behind wins among all teams in the National League. And trying to come from behind in the 8th and 9th innings today. Straight up in the air, and this will not get the run in from third base. One out. Three times they've overcome 4-run deficit. 2 of those have come against Cincinnati. Now McHenry. He came on to face Chapman last night and popped up to Brandon Phillips to end the game. But McHenry has had a couple of very, very good at-bats against Aroldis Chapman this year. Only 1 of 5 against him in his career. But he has had lengthy at-bats and good at-bats against his Cincinnati closer this season. Strike one.
Well, no surprise what you're getting here from Chapman with the runner on third base. I don't know that he risks throwing one of those sliders. At 100 miles an hour at the hands or above. You saw how Russell Martin had a tough time delivering a sacrifice fly on one of those pitches. Very tough to get on top of that high heater from Chapman.
Tying run at third, lead run at first, 1 out in the 9th. One ball and 1 strike on Michael McHenry.
And I talked about not wanting to throw a slider and bounce one. Well, a lot of pressure on the catcher Mesoraco on fastballs.
Well, he had a good rip at that fastball, fouled it straight back. What is strike two?
You saw Mesoraco. No, that's where they wanted that one. That's the pitch I'm talking about. It's very hard to get that elevated into the outfield for a sacrifice fly. As a hitter, you want to see the ball up for the sacrifice fly, but when it's coming in that hard and that high, it's very tough to deliver that sacrifice fly. It's usually a swing and miss or a pop-up.
Two-strike pitch. And again, that fastball that runs in. And this is the kind of at-bat we're talking about with McHenry. Now, this has not gotten deep into the at-bat yet. But the last two pitches are fastballs at 101 miles an hour that most guys, if they get it twice, they're not fouling it twice. He's been able to do it the last two pitches.
And not that you're ever comfortable, but certainly the more you see it, the more your timing begins to lock in.
Now, if he does have the courage to throw that slider right now, McHenry may screw himself in the ground. Campbell to gas, and it's out number two. Wow. 101, 101, 101.
And all of them elevated in the strike zone. Great job by Chapman executing the pitches, not just throwing hard, but making sure he executes up in the zone. Kendry thinking about the fly ball to the outfield, just can't get on top of it.
Well, now Jordy Mercer has had a good day at the plate. 2 hits, a double, a single, a score, and a run. Pirates had runners on the corners with nobody out. They're still on the corners with 2 men out. Chapman to the plate, and that is a fastball at 100 miles an hour, a strike.
Now Mercer has to make sure this ball, the pitches are like that below his hands, no longer looking for the sacrifice fly. So I think you're less tempted to chase up in the zone with 2 outs.
McCutchen 90 feet away from a tying run. Oh, and 2. I don't know if there's ever been a game in Chapman's very young career where he is throwing the ball harder consistently than he is tonight. He's on record as throwing the fastest recorded pitch in the history of baseball. But he is hitting triple digits with everything here tonight.
And not even bothering with the breaking ball. They know what's coming.
Game over. 102 miles per hour. Aroldis Chapman pitches around an infield hit, a pair of errors, a runner at third with nobody out, representing the tying run, and not a sniff after that.
You will not see a better job of pressure pitching than you just witnessed. Tying run at third base with nobody out, and it was Powder River. Every pitch of fastball, one harder than the next. The last one at 102.
Our producer Larry Lancaster, our director Jonathan Evans, our broadcast associate Tyler Darren, our associate director Aaron Stoikov. Hope you've enjoyed it here tonight. Our Burger King plays of the game. Runner at third, 1 out. Back-to-back strikeouts from the flame-throwing Aroldis Chapman to nail it down. Back-to-back games for the Reds, who now find themselves only 2 behind these Pirates for second in the NL Central as they go to 13 games over 500.
And Tom, if this game is an indication of what we're going to have in the second half of the season, well, I can't wait. This was a dogfight of a game, a long, hard-fought game.
Tonight on Fox, it'll be back-to-back episodes of Cops followed by Bones. Next Saturday, we'll give you a look at Sports doubleheader. Baseball begins at a special time, 2:30 Eastern. Among the games will be the Cardinals and the Braves, Mets and the Nationals. Some will see the A's and the Angels. Then at 8 o'clock Eastern, Fox UFC Saturday. For more information on today's game and the latest in Major League Baseball, log on to foxsports.com on MSN, the world's favorite sports site. What a game. This Central Division is going to be something else, brother. Going down the final 2 months. For Tom Verducci and our entire crew, Tom Brennan saying so long from Cincinnati.